that is a go-home, and we know that go-homes tend to be final touches. We don't tend to get anything too seismic. We don't tend to get anything too big on a go-home, although, of course, there are exceptions. So I'm certainly not ruling out next week's show, but it is just worth noting that it is the go-home. That means that this week is our final week to really do some significant stuff throughout the show. And we do have some big plans. We got Roman Reigns on the show tonight. We've got John Cena. In fact, John Cena, I don't know if John Cena's there, but John Cena's presence is certainly going to be felt because Austin Theory is going to be taking on Montez Ford. John Cena is probably going to get called out by Theory. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of video package or something from Cena, although they might save that for maybe next week. But, yeah, something to keep an eye on there. We've got Logan, we've got Roman, we've got Bianca and Asuka teaming up to take Carmella and Chelsea Green. As we said, we got the build with Theory and Cena. We don't know what's happening with Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley against Bray Wyatt is definitely one that's got people talking because that is up in the air. I mean, we know that he's ill, Bray Wyatt, so we don't know if the match is going to go ahead or not. The latest from Dave Meltzer was literally that. It's been confirmed he is ill. Bray's ill. He spoke about this the other day. I think it was over the weekend. And, yeah, he can't get an answer as to whether the match is going ahead or not. So we might get an answer on that tonight. We might really know if we're taking a big step forward there or not. So that's something to keep an eye out for as well. Of course, we've got Edge and Finn. We've got Brock and Amos. There's quite a bit for us to get our teeth into. So even if this show is going to be a little bit flat, which I don't know that it is, but even if it is, it's going to move at quite a pace. It's going to move at quite a speed because there's so much to go through. And one of the things that I really want to talk about, and I couldn't be happier, is Andy Kaufman going into the Hall of Fame. I don't know if you've seen this news. I'm sure you have by now, but it was announced earlier today that Andy Kaufman is going into the Hall of Fame. And I've had a few people getting in touch saying they don't know much about Andy Kaufman because obviously he's not really someone that's got a WWE past. But he is someone that I know fairly well, and I'm just over the moon about him going in. I really am. It's been a while, actually. I mean, Rey going in is a no-brainer. I feel like he was always going in. Andy Kaufman, I mean, it's been 40 years since his feud with Jerry Lawler, and so I don't know that I was confident that he was going to... I think he was going to go in at some point, but when? And, how? And... yeah, it's just brilliant to know that it's happened, basically. And it is very much deserved. For those of you that have seen, Man on the Moon, or for those of you, obviously, that have watched the documentaries about Kaufman and Lawler, then you'll be more than aware as to his impact. And, yeah, he absolutely deserves to go in. Absolutely deserves to go in. And I've had a lot of fun watching some Andy Kaufman videos today in preparation for the stream. And I'm looking forward to talking about that one. In fact, we can talk about it now. Triple T said, thoughts on Kaufman going into the Hall of Fame. It's genuinely, I think it's my favorite induction for a long, long time. And I was thinking, who went in last year? Who went in the year before? Who did I really love, seriously love going into the Hall of Fame? Because a lot of the times, I'll admit, Rey Mysterio, absolute legend, absolutely deserves to go in. As soon as that news was announced, I was pleased for him, but I wasn't, in love with the news. I mean, first of all, he's still competing, so, he doesn't need to go in this year. As well as that, it's a no-brainer that he goes into the Hall of Fame. So again, I can't say I love the news because I sort of took it like he was going in at some point. But with Andy Kaufman, it's been 40 years since he went did his feud with Lawler, and because it was outside of WWE, it sort of felt to me like that was a reason why he wasn't going in, because he didn't do the feud with Lawler. He did it in Memphis. And so he didn't do it in WWE. And so it's not really, it's wrestling history. It's not really their history. And I think they've had other things to focus on, other people to highlight. But the impact that Andy Kaufman had was massive. I mean, you're talking about one of the biggest wrestling moments ever when he gets slapped by Jerry Lawler on Letterman. So, I mean, how often do you see this? Like, how often do you see wrestlers on late night TV, right, being watched by millions and millions of people, and people that don't normally watch wrestling as well, right? A different crowd, late night crowds, where an angle plays out on that show. For those of you that don't know, Jerry Lawler got up and slapped Andy Kaufman hard around the face after Kaufman was being very disrespectful to Jerry Lawler, and Lawler just got up and slapped him, and they had to go to commercial. Kaufman was swearing his head off. Like, they played it straight. They really played it straight, and like, it was the talk of everywhere. It was the big talking point. It's one of the biggest moments in late night TV history. How often do you see that play out? How often does wrestling get that kind of attention? And that was all down to Andy Kaufman and Jerry Lawler. I just watched something which really blew my mind. Andy Kaufman was an entertainer, and the thing with Kaufman was you didn't know. You knew that he was going to get a reaction out of you, but you didn't quite know what reaction it was going to be. Like, there's a lot of occasions where he would go on stage and he wasn't even trying to make you laugh. He just wanted to make you feel something, right? He wanted you to talk about him afterwards. He wanted to be memorable, but not necessarily always laugh out loud funny. And I just watched this amazing clip, and it just some things speak to you on a different level, and Kaufman does that with me. He genuinely speaks to me on a different level to other entertainers, because I watched this clip on YouTube, and he was in a comedy club, and he got up on stage and he said to people, I was here 10 years ago and I did a routine, and the club have asked me to do the routine again, so I'm going to do that for you this evening. I'm going to play the role of a foreign guy, and then I'm going to get a little bit fumbled, a little bit lost, and then I'll do this Elvis impression. I mean, just that as an introduction is so clever. It's so clever. It's actually known as Brechtian because you're breaking the fourth wall. You're actually telling people what you're about to do before you do it, so you're kind of breaking the illusion. It's so clever. It's such a clever technique. And so he starts with that, but then he doesn't do that, because what happens is someone starts heckling him and basically telling him what he's about to do. But the thing was, this person was planted by Andy Kaufman, and this is where it gets even more clever. He even says at the end, you've planted me here. You've told me to be here. I'm planted. And he even admits that he's been planted in the audience. Like, the journey that he takes the audience on, they're laughing at times, they're confused at times, but I promise you, when they left that room, the only act that they would have been talking about, the only thing they would have been chewing over, the only thing that would have got their attention would have been Andy Kaufman. There's no way you can follow Andy Kaufman because he's so original. I mean, there was one point where he was standing on stage and the guy in the crowd was heckling him, saying, "You've got no new material. You've got nothing new. You've got no new material." And Andy Kaufman was standing on stage going, I haven't got anything new. And the genius was, this whole routine was new. Everything they were doing was a setup, and it was new material. I mean, he has gone on stage told an audience he's got no new material whilst being heckled, but the whole thing was a skit that he had set up, and it was all new material. And as I said, at times they were laughing, at times they were confused, but at the end of the day, they went away and they spoke about him. He is a genius. He's a genius. It's a word that gets used too easily and too often, but Andy Kaufman is a genius. And he brought that into wrestling, that originality, that sort of out-of-the-box thinking he brought into wrestling. And he was wrestling women, and he was the intergender world champion. And so he was wrestling women and, like, showing off about it. And then, of course, you know, Jerry Lawler was like, well, instead of picking on women, why don't you fight me? And, you know, off we went then with a mega feud. And this thing was so hot. I mean, it was so hot. It was so successful. And I mean, WWE even turned it down. He wanted to go to WWE first, but believe it or not, Vince McMahon's dad thought that celebrities coming into the business would be a bad look for the business. And so it was like, no, we don't want to do that. Like, you know, it's not our sort of thing. And so he ended up going to Memphis instead. And so he did it with Jerry Lawler. But the genius with Kaufman is that he really got it. He really, really got it. He was not going in there like Bad Bunny or like Logan Paul or like 99.9% of the celebrities that want to go in there and beat the wrestlers to make themselves look better, to make their brands look better, to take from the wrestling business. That's how I see it. A celebrity that goes in there wanting to beat a wrestler that does this day in, day out is taking from the business. I don't care what people you bring to watch the matches. If at the end of the day, your fans watch you beat a wrestler, why are they going to return to watch wrestling when you've just basically beaten the wrestlers? Like, I mean, what you're basically saying is that I can come in with little to no training, having had a few months training, and I can beat the wrestlers. So what's the point in watching wrestling, right? That was not Andy Kaufman. That was not Andy Kaufman. He seriously got it. Because he was wrestling women, and he was a heel, and like Lawler was like, well, how about you face a man? And like Andy Kaufman was a chicken. He would like try and come in and like hit Lawler from behind and then run away because he knew that he wasn't on Lawler's level. He knew he wasn't as good as Lawler. He knew he couldn't beat Lawler. He knew he wasn't as great of a wrestler like he wanted to be. But inside, he knew that he hadn't obviously put in the same work that Lawler had. Like, he seriously got it. Didn't just... People say, oh, like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing Triple H say, oh, Bad Bunny gets it. Bad Bunny doesn't get it. If he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it. That is Triple H lying to you. He doesn't get it, right? Andy Kaufman got it. Andy Kaufman got it. He knows, and he was so good for wrestling, and he's a genius. I mean, honestly, I could sit here for the next hour and swoon about him. We could talk about Taxi. We could talk about Man on the Moon. We could talk about like some of his skits and some of the things that I've seen him do. The only thing I would say is obviously this is going to be something that people will want to talk about and touch on. But yeah, check him out for yourself. If you don't know Andy Kaufman, just go on YouTube and watch a few things. But be aware, he is not trying to make you laugh every time you watch him. Sometimes you'll watch him and he's funny, right? Sometimes you'll watch him and you'll laugh. But there will be a lot of times that you watch him and you will be confused, right? And you won't quite get it. Because that's what he's trying to do. He is trying to make you remember his performances. And he is trying to stand out. It would be so easy to go into a comedy club and just do a routine, some bad comedy, you know, or maybe some good comedy. But that's what everyone does. There's not many people that have ever done what Andy Kaufman has done. He was very, very original. Very, very original. So, yeah, I could just sit and swoon, to be honest. I could sit and swoon about him. He's a genius, and it's a word that's used a lot. Right, let's go up and see what we've got. We have got Matt. Shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. There's a little thing at the bottom that says celebrate the first super chat from Matt. I don't know what that means. Does that mean, Matt, that it's your first ever super chat? Or does that mean it's the first super chat on the... I've never seen that before, Matt. Well done. You've triggered some sort of thing that I've never seen before. Celebrate the... I would celebrate, but I'm still using the old PC. I would give you all the sound effects. But unfortunately, I've got the old PC. I still haven't got it fixed. Stupid Dell. Still haven't been round, so I don't have those options, unfortunately. But Matt, really appreciate the support, my friends. And you did just trigger some I have never seen before. So very cool. And a big shout out as well to Mr. William Hensey. Mr. Hensey gifting 10 Wrestling Days memberships, which is really, really kind. Really kind, and actually great timing as well, because we are doing a member stream on Thursday. So we are going to do a member stream on Thursday. I've got so many things to ask from you guys as well in this community. If you want to get in your WrestleMania predictions, ping them over to wrestlingdays@gmail.com, because we are recording the Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow, and it is our WrestleMania predictions episode. And I want to get as many of your predictions in there as possible. So send me a video clip, send me an audio clip. I don't care if you've never watched the Wrestling Escape Pod before. This is your opportunity to get your thoughts across in a video, in an audio clip, and we'll play them on the Wrestling Escape Pod. That will air on Wednesday, but we record tomorrow night. So make sure you've got them in by tomorrow lunchtime, Eastern time. If it's like, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, that's fine. But just make sure that you've got it in kind of by then. I think we record about 6 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. So make sure you get them in like before 5, before 4, but only about a minute or so. I know that doesn't sound long, but it should be more than enough to get your thoughts across. And if it does go over a little, that's fine. But as I've said in quite a few different places, I just don't want to 5 minutes or anything like that, because I'm hoping that we get quite a few people sending their thoughts in. So I want it to be quite snappy. But yeah, we're going to do that tomorrow. And then for the members, like you guys as well, on... What did we ask for on Thursday? I can't remember what we asked for. I suppose it's just anything, isn't it, really? Because it's the member... I don't think we asked for anything in particular. But on a members stream, we always play the members' videos as well. So, again, Thursday, your thoughts. We're getting closer to WrestleMania. Feel free to ping those over. Big shout out to Mr. Hensey. Big shout out to Matt as well. Let me go up to Aaron. Aaron, my friend, I hope you are well. Aaron said, I was in Dallas last year. Mania is special. Mania, amazing. I think I saw your photo, didn't I? I think you put up some pictures of you being at Mania. And, I've never been. And it's something that I would like to do one day, but I've said before, I'd much rather go to Access, if I'm being honest. I'm quite happy going to Access. I love the merchandise. I love looking at all the old ring gears. I love they've got a Mattel booth, and they've got old sets, and yeah, there's loads of great stuff that you can interact with. So I would love to go and just get a few pictures, and I don't know, maybe even meet some of the wrestlers. But I must admit, I've kind of cooled on that a little bit. I'm not as crazy or not as determined to do that as I once was. Go back about 5 years, and I wanted to meet everyone. I really wanted to do that, but I think I don't know. I don't know why. I've just sort of kind of cooled on it a little bit more. I think it's probably I don't know. I was going to say a respect thing, but I don't know. That's a weird one. I've not really thought about why I don't feel that way anymore. I think I'd still like to meet Gunther, though. I'd like to meet Gunther. I think I'd like to meet Asuka. But, I mean, go back about 5 years, and I would have gladly met anyone and everyone. I mean, I was going off and meeting the likes of Braun and Cesaro and when they were over here in the UK and loving it. I don't know that I'd be as eager to do that now. It's a bit weird. I don't know. I'll have to think why. But yeah, Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Mania is definitely special. Alfie, my friend, shout out to you. I just saw your very, very kind comment. I will get to you in 1 second. I want to get to WrestleBuzz. WrestleBuzz said, Happy Monday. Excited for Raw. Shout out to you, WrestleBuzz. Same here, my friends. Looking forward to digging into people's questions and comments and theories and thoughts. It is just worth noting that I have sort of strained a muscle in my neck. I think I slept funny. So if you do see me like stretching my neck a little bit, it's because it hurts. I've got some like gel stuff. I don't know what this is, ibuprofen stuff that it's like a deep heat thing. I think that I've put on, which is definitely helping. Around about an hour ago, I was like, I couldn't even move it. Whereas now it's a bit better. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thankfully, I've got a swivel chair, so I don't need to move my neck. I can just look at comments and then I can look at the TV. So I can just keep doing this. So we'll be fine. But I don't know what I've done with it. I really don't know what I've done with it. Messed it right up. Alfie said, I just got birthday money today. Happy birthday, my friends. Is today the day? Because you know me, I don't want to wish you a happy birthday on the wrong day. But I wanted to say thanks for being the one person that entertains me. I'm excited to see Roman, like always. Hope you're doing great. I've got a great video for the members stream. Oh, yes. Loving that. Yeah, as I said, fire in your videos for members streams. Fire in your videos for Wrestling Escape Pod as well. WrestleMania predictions is what we're after. I need to be a bit more vocal about Wrestling Escape Pod on these streams because I definitely want that to be a vehicle where people can send their thoughts in. That's always been the best part of the Wrestling Escape Pod, has been like when you guys have sent your thoughts in, and we do like community submissions and everything, and it's been a little while since we've been able to do that, and as I said, I probably need to be a bit more vocal about it, but yeah, we're definitely doing it this week. WrestleMania predictions, get your videos across. So Alfie, really appreciate the support, dude. Really appreciate the support, and hope if it is today, I hope you have a very, very happy birthday. I can see Tyler saying that he's managed to get USA Network back. Congratulations. William said, please thank Trini. She got my quiz answer correct. I do it every Monday. Answer my quiz, win 10 random memberships every Monday. William, shout out to you, my friends. Trini, well done on getting the question right. Although, if William asks you a question and you was able to get it correct, it was probably sex related. So it's probably not a good look. That's all I'm going to say, because it was probably something from the fetish world. So I don't know, Trini. There's probably more questions that have been generated from this last comment from William Hensey. Certainly more than I'm willing to explore 25 minutes into a Raw watch-along. But a big shout-out to everyone that's joining us. Kyle said, might be visiting the chat later. My iPod is running... iPad, not iPod. Oh, man. I wish people were watching us on iPods. Could you watch us on an iPod? I think iPod Touch used to have those kind of... In my mind, it was an old school with the dial kind of an iPod. An iPod 1. Imagine the stream in those kind of Game Boy type graphics, green and black blocks type situation. Oh my God, that would be the best. That would be the best. Tinny audio with Game Boy graphics. That's how I'm going to do my next stream. I don't know if there's a filter that I can apply, but I definitely want to do that for the next stream. Kyle, shout out to you. It was iPads. It was definitely iPads. James said Goldberg is done with WWE. Oh, this is where I need the kids cheering. I need the applause. I need the you deserve it. It's great news, isn't it? He's a free agent. Guess he'll be all elite soon. Listen, they can have him. They can have him. He'll fit right in with the level of botching that he does. Certainly with that match against Undertaker. I'm joking. Yeah, look, he is someone that just doesn't do it for me. I must admit, he's never massively done it for me. The only time that I think I ever had any sort of interest in him was when he was with WCW. And then what I would say is definitely around 2016 when he beats Brock in like 10 seconds or whatever it was at Survivor Series. I mean, that was a shock. That was one of those results that really made you stand up and go, what? I mean, I just thought that was going to be a routine win for Brock, and Goldberg not only ends up winning, but doing it quite quickly, and definitely that was a shock. So I was definitely on board with that story, but it fizzled out very quickly. And then honestly, after that, I mean, I really can't think. I know a lot of people enjoyed his match with Bobby the other year. I thought it was all right. I'm trying to think who else he's faced. He's faced the likes of Roman. I can't even remember it. I can't even remember the Roman one. Obviously, the Undertaker one really sticks in mind. But, I mean, listen, this guy, he's past his prime. His prime was a long time ago, and it had to be very specific, his prime, because he's not the most technical of wrestlers. So, yeah, look, that ain't one that bothers me. But, listen, he's got fans, I'm sure. Family members, I don't know. Just, I don't really count myself as one of them. Ryan Gambler said, Days, hope you're okay. I'm doing all right, but thank you. Is there any news on Orton and Riddle? Is the rumor of Brock retiring after Mania? There's no news on Orton and Riddle. The only thing I'd seen on Orton was thoughts that he could be back around Mania, and that I'd heard that he'd been looking at getting some new ring gear. That was a little while ago now. In regards to Riddle, it's radio silence. I really don't know what the plans are there. My guess would be that they'll bring him back after WrestleMania. I think what we're seeing right now is WWE just locking in the WrestleMania feuds and just getting us to Mania, and just basically that. I think anything outside of that, anything like Orton, Riddle, Big E, like the people that have been injured, I think anything outside of that is it's post-Mania, which I'm sure Triple H is looking at. I mean, hopefully all of them are going to return to good stories and good creative and something for them. But, I mean, I think we can all understand Triple H being 90%, if not more, focused on WrestleMania at the moment. So, no. I don't think those plans are going to include Randy or Big E or Riddle. I'm not expecting them to... I would expect them to be there, of course. But I can't say I'm expecting them to get involved in the action. But I would expect them to be there. Everyone comes out for WrestleMania. They're backstage, hanging out, watching the show and everything. So I would expect them to attend. And then hopefully, as we said, get something going after WrestleMania. But no, sadly, nothing more than that. And Brock retiring after Mania. I don't think that's come from anywhere of any sort of importance, to be honest. I've not seen that room. I mean, that room has been around for a little while. I think a lot of people are thinking that this could be the end because of it not being Vince anymore, and it's Triple H now. And even though Triple H's got a good relationship with Brock, I think that Brock is probably looking at it as if if they're about to sell the company, and if Vince is not on the outs anymore, but he's not in the position he was, and it's all changing and everything, maybe now's the right time to call it quits. He's made plenty of money. He's not hurting for money. You can always make more, of course, but equally, he loves his farm, doesn't he? I mean, like, he's quite happy. With Brock, you get the impression he'd be quite happy just being on his farm, and that would be it. So I can't say there's anything concrete to those rumors. There's certainly no interviews that Brock has given where he's, like, you know, said these things. But yeah, they're doing the rounds. They've been doing the rounds for a little while, but I don't think there's much to them. And the one thing with Brock is he waves some money in front of his face, and he always seems to come back. So even if he did want to call it quits, if you had a good creative story for him and enough zeros, I think you'd get him back anyway. So Jake Campbell said Goldberg beating the Fiend is forever a shock. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I was just thinking about Goldberg, that one didn't even come to my mind. I've tried to erase it. I can remember having people on the stream saying like they were nervous as that match was about to begin. And I mean, I haven't even watched that stream back, but I can distinctly remember saying, don't worry about it. There's no way they'll have Goldberg win. It's funny, actually, because one of the arguments for Sami not winning the title before WrestleMania was you wouldn't do it now. You wouldn't put the belt on Sami now this close to WrestleMania, which is exactly what they did with Fiend and Goldberg, where that was February time. He dropped the title and then immediately went into a feud with John Cena, and Goldberg went on to WrestleMania 36 to defend against someone that I can't remember. Was it Braun? I can't remember who it was. But he went on to defend at WrestleMania 36, and I want to say it was Braun, but I could be wrong. I know that it was Brock and Drew, but you know, Goldberg went on. It was meant to be Goldberg Roman. That's what we were meant to get, and then that didn't happen, and I can't remember who stood in. I think it was Braun. So yeah. Crazy, isn't it, that, that result happened. I can only imagine it was to pivot. I can only imagine it was because they distinctly wanted to do Fiend John Cena, and they more wanted to do get the belt onto Roman. And perhaps they thought, well, we don't want Fiend losing at WrestleMania to Roman, so let's get the belt off him now. Let's have him lose now. I don't know. It's awful. It's just awful. I don't know that I'll ever find the positive spin there. LA Dort Knight said, Bret the Hitman Hart suffered at his hands, and Hitman is the greatest of all time. Talking about Goldberg. I saw Jim saying there's no such thing as a good Goldberg match. WWE and AEW fan said, I saw a video of a quiet kid playing Castaways with Nelly. I don't know what that means. John said, breaking news, Bray Wyatt is AEW bound. That is breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Days, who do you think Triple H is going to want to get rid of the championship? Is Triple H going to want to get rid of the championship? What do you mean, like having a Universal and a dub, like both of them? I mean, I think what he will do, and there's rumors that we are going to be seeing a draft after WrestleMania and that the belts will split. So that's the latest word on the street. Draft after Mania, which I think we're all expecting. And the belt splitting, which I must admit I'm expecting. Just because I don't think the one champion necessarily works. The only thing I would say about one champion is it has put all of the spotlight. There's pros and cons. I mean, I would say the cons are that Raw has felt like something has been missing. Raw definitely has suffered. But Roman has benefited because Roman is not competing against someone when it comes to who is the face of the company. If you've got someone that is a champion on Raw and a champion on SmackDown, say it's Cody on one and Roman on the other, then, you know, there might be the question of who is the face of the company. And without being disrespectful to the women, of course, you could add the women into that. But I don't think the women have been booked strong enough to be in that conversation. Like, for example, Bianca has been the best booked woman, and I don't think she's been booked good enough to be in the conversation of being the face of the company. Like, for example, when does she main event pay-per-views? She main events Raws, but even that's fairly infrequent. And, she's nowhere near the level of Roman and how he is being used. So I sort of feel like the women could be in the conversation, but rarely do they get booked good enough. But in regards to Roman, he's massively benefited because he had both belts. He wasn't competing against anyone, for who was the face, and so it's been a great thing for him. I wonder if you just stick with Cody for a bit, just to really get him, do you know what I mean, out there. Because having that spotlight just on that one person at the very top is very intense, and shows definitely suffer, but it's very good for that superstar. And I wonder if you could just keep Cody just for a couple of months maybe as being the only champion. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but it's definitely food for thought, isn't it? Because if Cody the next night gives up one of the belts, we'll have a tournament or we'll do something. Maybe Money in the Bank, who knows? It's probably a bit far away. But Money in the Bank would make the most sense. I mean, that would be good, actually, because then you could put the belt above the ring, and rather than get the briefcase, you could have the championship. I suppose a few people would feel like they are missing out on Money in the Bank if you did that, though. But either way, there's definitely ways of doing it, and you would then get two champions. But as I said, the spotlight won't be as intense on Cody as it has been on Roman, and he might just benefit from having it for a few months. So, food for thought. But how would Triple H book LA Knight at WrestleMania if he does? I mean, there's different ways that you can do it, isn't there? I mean, we've seen the Elias way, which is where you just have him come out and play a song, get interrupted. You can easily do that. Have LA Knight out there cutting a promo. Out comes The Rock. Out comes Stone Cold. You can absolutely do that. He can easily go into Andre Battle Royal. And who knows? I mean, he could even win the Andre Battle Royal. If LA Knight won the Andre Battle Royal, I don't think people would be too down on that. As long as it's on the actual show. I think if you win the Andre Battle Royal on SmackDown, it doesn't really mean much, does it? It doesn't really mean... I mean, that is literally just a Battle Royal. And there's not even really a prize apart from that oversized trophy, which, is massive. And, I mean, it's fine, but it's... I don't know, it doesn't really mean much. So... But it's better than not being on the show at all. So if the Andre Battle Royal, even if it was on the kickoff show, was won by LA Knight, I think people would be just pleased that he'd got on the card, got on the show, and then, he'd won Summit. It'd be better if you got a title shot, of course, which would be an easy change to make. Easy change. Don't know why they don't do it already, to be honest. So, yeah, definitely something for them to take a look at. But you could do that. You could have him get interrupted. You could put him with a tag partner and put him in that showcase match, because we've got the women's showcase and there's a men's showcase. I don't think the men's showcase is going to feature him, but it is an option. As much as he's looking for an opponent, he could find a partner and go into that. Other than that, though, maybe a bit tricky to see as to how you would fit him in. I mean, I think it's probably too late to start a feud. Maybe I could see him doing something with Miz. I think Miz will be involved in something at WrestleMania. He's the host, of course, and I'm not expecting him to just come out, say a few words, and go away and nothing happens. So... who knows? Could be a Miz LA Knight segment. Could lead to a little match, maybe. Or maybe them teaming up against a couple of legends. That would be good. Imagine if you've got The Miz and LA Knight comes out and he's pleading with The Miz to make a match. It's still not too late. And as they're talking, a couple of legends come out. Now, I don't know who these legends would be. The Rock and Stone Cold teaming together as a tag team. Rock and Stone Cold versus LA Knight and The Miz. Just a quick little thing. Just a short little number. Couple of minutes, if that. Just like, basically like, is this happening? Like, oh my God, just to generate that buzz. And then, straightforward stuff. Boom, 1, 2, 3, rock, stunners, rock bottoms, people's elbows, blah, 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 blah. That would be sick, actually. That would be amazing. WWE, if you're watching, yeah. Jake Campbell, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Matt as well. Hello, my friend. Matt Carney says, I'm quite controlling and draconian. That's a great word. Brackets like Vince. But what should be the ratio between having creative control and allowing talent to have their own ideas? That's a great question. That's a very thoughtful question. I think that a lot of Matt's questions are like that. They're very thought-provoking. I also feel like the answer is normally the same, though. And the answer is normally that it's very specific to the talent. And I would also argue that we're always talking about grey areas. I mean, I don't like sitting on the fence. And I'm not going to sit on the fence with this, but, you wouldn't give Aaliyah the same freedom that you would give Bret the Hitman Hart, right? So it's going to come down to experience. It's going to come down to how much you can trust these people, how proven they are, how green they are, how creative they are. Again, if you've got someone like Ronda that just can't talk, her promos are atrocious, you're probably not going to just throw her out there without any material because she'll drown. I mean, even when she's got material, she seems to drown. So you wouldn't just put her out there and go, good luck, all the best, hope it goes well. So you wouldn't do that to her. But equally, if John Cena comes back and John Cena wants to go out there and just riff and feels like, Cena's proven time and time again to be a fantastic talker. Someone that knows the boundaries, someone knows that he can't swear, someone knows what he can do, what he can't do. He's been there, he's got the T-shirt, he's been the face of the company, he's, one of the greatest ambassadors WWE has ever had. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I wouldn't see a problem. You'd let him go out there and do it. So it's very, very difficult. For the average wrestler, what I would say is that you would keep them on a tight leash. Not as a disrespectful thing, but as certainly you have your input, right? And there should be, and it's interesting because, this was really under the spotlight last year with Sasha and Naomi. Like, how do you provide feedback? And I think that has been broken for a long time. I did not agree with Sasha doing what she did and walking out, right? I didn't agree with it. Equally, I didn't agree with WWE not having better lines of communication, because if a talent really believes that what they're being asked to do is not correct, doesn't work for the character, and they really want to explain their vision, then there should be a way for the talent to be able to do that. Now, that can obviously be abused, because you might have certain people that have problems every single week, right? And, there are talent relations, but I believe it's normally just one person. There are producers, but they are all feeding into, a bottleneck. And so the bottom line is, if everyone has got a problem, there's just not going to be, it's all going to feed into talent relations. It's all eventually going to feed into, at the time, Vince McMahon. And he has got enough on his plate to worry about, rather than overseeing all these issues that are being raised. There has to come a point where people just do what's being asked. Do you know what I mean? And so you've probably got to keep them on quite a short leash for the good of getting the show done. I mean, it's a bit like me. I mean, I am trying to make videos at the moment, and I've been trying to do them for months and months and months, and I've really made great progress. But I am the worst when it comes to watching them back and going, I can just tweak this. I could do that there now. Or I'll learn something new, a new editing technique, and I'll be like, oh my God, I need to now apply this to all the videos. And so I'll go back and tweak the videos again with this new, like, you can constantly tweak and change. And, you know, I know a lot of, or did, maybe not so much anymore. I know a lot of like musicians, because I used to work in an entertainment store. So I used to, like, you know a lot of musicians in the local music scene. And, you know, they would tell me the exact same thing of, like, when you're writing a song, it's very hard to finish a song, because you can always tweak a lyric, tweak a little thing. There might be something that just doesn't sit right. You want to tweak it. You want to change it. But at some point, you've got to put the projects out there. Like, at some point, I need to upload the videos. And at some point, WWE have got to get the show on air. So at some point, there has to be a cutoff whereby if you have got a problem with your character, I'm sorry, but deadlines are deadlines. We got to go. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are out of time. So this is the problem. If you give everyone creative control, I mean, you're just going to have carnage. You are just going to have carnage, because as great as it might sound for everyone being able to say what they want to say and really take control of their characters, there's a lot of tweaking that would go on. And I think this is something that's been said about Bray. You know, Triple H in his interview with Ariel Helwani said that Bray is like this creative force. He's like this hurricane. And the problem is controlling him, because he's like always shooting off into different directions. Well, you can imagine if, like, you know, you've got a segment coming up and Bray's going, well, how about we do this? And you're like, okay, let's go that. But no. How about we go this? Oh, but that would actually connect. And, like, at some point, you've got to just get it on paper, and you've got to get it down, because the cameramen need to know what they're filming and what positions they need to be in. The producers need to know the cues for when to play certain music, when to go to certain video packages. Video packages might need to be made. Like, there's so much stuff that's connected to what happens on the show that you can't just go out there and spitball it. Like, it's a TV show. It's a TV show. You wouldn't film a sitcom and just, like, go out and, like, you know, last minute, like, rewrite the script. I mean, Vince was very guilty of doing this. Even Vince himself has the issue of not tweaking and all this kind of, like, that's what he does. He tweaks and changes lastminute.com, which must have been a nightmare for the wrestlers. Absolutely horrific for the wrestlers. But if Vince is doing that, like, can you imagine, like, the wrestlers wanting to do that as well? So, yeah, I mean, look, for me, I just think that you get the script written. I think the wrestlers are largely actors. They're largely performers. They perform the scripts that they're given. I think that there should be a way of delivering feedback. It might have to be that you feed back kind of after. So after tonight, maybe there's a way they can say, I think next week my character should look to do this. And maybe that then forms the basis for next week's script. Then when that script arrives, unless it's on pain of death, it does not change. So, you know, maybe there's something along those lines. Maybe that's a better way. So, you know, where Sasha had a problem with the script on the literally hours before the show. Like, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. But that's not Sasha's fault. That was WWE, because they do everything so last minute. And Vince continues to tweak and change right up till the show. And we've heard of changes being made during the show. Like, that's just not how you can run this. It's amazing that people walking out has not happened, like, much more regular, where people have been upset or not happy to go out and do what they're being asked to do. This isn't what they want to do, but there's no time to have the conversation, you know? It's like, well, you've got to do it. We're live. we're live, pal. So it's amazing others haven't walked out in the past. It still doesn't make it right, but yeah, I can see that both sides were wrong in that, and hopefully Triple H has found a way of fixing it. So yeah, I do enjoy Matt's comments and questions. They're never easy answers though, and as you can see there, I think that it's a grey area as to how much leeway you would give people. I do think there should be stronger feedback, though, and a way for superstars to have influence over their characters, because they know those characters better than anyone else. They know what their characters are thinking and feeling, because they are the ones thinking it whilst they are portraying it. So they know why they're reacting the way they're reacting, or what emotions they're trying to convey, or how they're reacting to certain situations, because they're the ones that are thinking about it. So they know their characters. You know, we can pick up on these little bits and bobs, but they know, you know, why they're doing every expression. So I do think they should have greater input, but creative control is something very different, isn't it? And I don't think they should have that. Matt, shout out to you, bud. I can see Jordan fired in Super Chat as well. I want to kind of get to, I always say I want to get to as many as possible. Svar Branda said, hopefully they address the Bray issue tonight. Yeah, hopefully, buds. I think in regards to Bray, I am still expecting the match. I will genuinely be shocked if we're not getting it. I haven't heard we're not getting it. If he's ill, I'm just hoping it's a cold or something along those lines that wipes him out for a few weeks. And I'm thinking that WWE are under this impression as well, because I think if it was something more serious and we knew he was out, we would have moved on. We would have moved on. Bobby would have announced a new opponent. We would have moved on, right? The fact we haven't done that makes me think that WWE are still hoping that Bray is going to make it. So, yeah, there's a good chance we could find out tonight. I'm sure they're in constant communication with him, and I'm sure he's letting them know how he's feeling and if he's going to be able to make it and if they can still go forward with it. Tonight could be a big night in us finding out. I agree. Jordan said, can I send you predictions on Twitter? Can you send me predictions on Twitter? It's better to email them, to be honest. At least that way everything's all in one place. So wrestlingdays@gmail.com is a better place to put them. It's better to put it in like a little audio thing or a video thing. I understand there's a lot of people that don't want to show themselves on video. That's absolutely fine. Instead, if you just want to hit record on your phone and just record like, you know, a little audio thing and just talk for like a minute and then just email that over and I'll find a picture to put up, like, you know, whilst the audio is playing. That way you can still get your thoughts across. Because I understand it might be a barrier for people if they don't want to be seen. But as I said, you know, we can work around that. Really, it's just there. It's there for you to get your predictions out on a public platform, which I know is something that I think a lot of people have got, like, you know, TikToks and all that kind of stuff. But it's just fun, isn't it? I mean, this will go out to the community, so... And I've said before as well, I think if you join us a lot and you see the same names in the chat, I think there's a lot of people that would just genuinely like to kind of, you know, be introduced to some of the people they see in the chat quite often as well. So it's just good for that as well. So best to do it on email. Otherwise, you know, if I've got to look at Twitter and Instagram and YouTube comments and email, do you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden it becomes messy and we easily miss things then. That's when we're going to miss things. If everything just comes through the email and it's all in the one place, I'm going to be able to find it. And that way you should be able to make it in. Gregory said, Days, would you like to see Bianca have an Undertaker streak at WrestleMania? Gregory Harrison, shout out to you, bud. That's a good question. Yeah, I suppose I would. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking it'd be great for a woman to have a streak at WrestleMania. I'm thinking Bianca's already beaten big names. I mean, she's beaten Sasha, Becky, and if she wins this year, Asuka. I mean, that is just incredible. You have got the foundation for just such an incredible streak. So the foundation is there. The only thing is that any streaks are going to be compared to the Undertaker's streak. And it's not that long since Undertaker's ended. It's been, 9 years? I suppose you can't let that stop you, can you, really? But I don't know. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I think it's a bit tricky because I think the Undertaker streak's very special. And I think that if you do a streak, people will be like, oh, they're just trying to do, like, the Undertaker streak now. I think people will be a bit... Because, see, we had never seen the Undertaker streak before, obviously. And so, like, it was different, original. It was exciting. It was Undertaker. It was cool. It was organic. It wasn't planned. They didn't know until, like, they got to about 10. I think he was counting, wasn't he, on his hands? Like, it was like, how many wins is this now? And so, when they started at 1, 2, 3, that was not the plan. It was just, he was such a strong character that he was winning, naturally. And then eventually someone went, did you know Undertaker hasn't actually lost? And they were like, oh my God, we can totally use that. And use it, they did. Whereas I think people would be a bit more cynical now if Bianca starts getting a streak. I think people will be like, oh, they're just doing this to build her up and give her an Undertaker streak. You can just see that on social media. So I would like a woman to have it. I think that would be good. I think Bianca is a great option. I think, though, that it would struggle to have the same impact as the Undertaker's one, because that was original, it was organic, it's the Undertaker. So it might not hit the same notes, it might not be as great, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't still have a look at it and do it. So good point, Gregory. I like that, bud. Yeah, my answer would be I would quite happily do that. Alex, shout out to you, my friends. Alex Bloomfields. Meave said WWE is protecting Wyatt's character by not saying anything to anyone. TJB23 said heel Bianca coming soon. Whip it real good. Do you know what? Actually, I watched Bianca. I watched Bianca getting ready for last year's WrestleMania. I've been watching a lot more of the network, and I watched her and Becky, and oh my God, in the build to last year's Becky-Bianca match, you might remember there was a moment where she whips Becky with her hair. Now, she doesn't actually use her hair that much in matches. We don't see her use it as a whip as much as you would imagine. But, yeah, she was using it in the build to last year's WrestleMania, and oh my God, I mean, because we do these streams, I always have to have the sound turned down. So I don't think I ever appreciated it at the time. But oh my God, watching it with the sound properly up, it sounded like a gunshot. It sounded like a gunshot. It was incredible. And she was whipping her. And as Becky was walking up the ramp, you could see her body starting to mark up. Like she properly got whipped. There was no faking that. And you could see it coming through. You could see the marks on her body starting to come through. It was horrific. That's what makes it special, though. I mean, I must say, it's great they don't use it that often. Maybe they should do it at WrestleMania, because I don't know that we've seen it at Mania. Maybe we have, but I can't remember seeing it at Mania. So they should probably do it at Mania, at some point. But yeah, I was watching that, and it was amazing. Right, we are going over to the show. Matt said, do you agree the worst ending of all time is Seth covering Bray with chairs at Hell in a Cell? Do I agree that's the worst ending of all time? Worst ending of all time? I would say no. I would say not the worst ending. I mean, I can't say that's worse than Goldberg beating Although, are we saying about like the actual end of a show? Is it worse than Drew singing with? Here's Kevin and Sami. Is it worse than Drew singing with Tyson in a Cardiff kind of crowd that were desperate to see Drew win the titles? I mean, look, it's bad. It's bad, but I don't know. I'd have to really give that some thought to see if it was the worst. My gut feeling is it's not the worst. I don't think it's the worst. But it was bad. AEW's Exploding Ring. Sami chants are not the same now that Cody butted in, said Wisp. Is gambling in pro wrestling as horrible as it sounds? No, but it's a problem. I heard Dave Meltzer talking about it. I think it was Brian Alvarez, actually. And they made a really interesting point because apparently, in order for it to go ahead, you're going to have to guarantee the results like 2 hours before. They've got to be locked in or something. You can't change your mind. Like, you couldn't have something planned and then change it last minute because you might be, you might be open to like messing around with the betting. And the point was, well, what if someone says, well, I'm not going to do that finish, and, all of a sudden you can't do that finish then? Like, makes it difficult to know how you would do it. You see, I mean, I don't think it's horrible betting in wrestling because, I mean, look at horse racing. I mean, I was watching Cheltenham racing the other day, and there was like 66 to 1s that were winning. I mean, at UFC, we see massive underdogs winning. The truth with sport is that anything can happen at any time. So it doesn't really, it's not really going to make much difference. It'd be interesting to know how many times the underdogs win in, say, UFC, and then compare that to how many times the underdogs win on pay-per-views in WWE and see if there's a disparity. See if it's any different. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Sami chants. Kevin says, I think they like you. And there's a big cheer. KO chants. Sami says, sounds like they like you too. Okay. Sami said it feels good to be on the same page again. And Sami says he gets it. I think who holds the IC championship should be allowed to turn the ball in for the belt in. Only if the IC champ has been champ for 6 months, says Draco's Dragon. We've always used each other to get to the next level. We've always done it as brothers.
You're right about all that, but there's one thing that I don't know if you understand. See, for 20 years, I've been your biggest fan.
For 20 years, I've been your biggest fan.
I've been your biggest fan. I told anybody who'd listen when they asked me who's the best you've ever been in the ring with, the answer was always.
Kevin said, if ever anyone asked me who the best I'd ever been in the ring with was, I would say you. You was better than any of them, says Kevin. Usos, Sami and Kevin. Wisp said, this is dumb. What if KO helps Roman beat Cody? You was right. It's time to take down the Bloodline together, says Kevin. I'm so happy about Andy Kaufman. Sami said, we both know what comes next. And they look at WrestleMania. Here's the Usos. Cody will win, and then the next night, yes, we'll be back, said Adiz. Remember last time they had this bit with Jericho was fun. Best friends and the list. That was amazing. Dun 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 dun. Right, Usos making their way down. Someone's got a drink prime sign. There's a Logan fan. Okay, boos for the Usos, although there is someone in the front row with a We the One shirt that's like, do you see what I see? That right there, that's what a backstabber looks like. Kevin's like, I didn't hear what you said. You're going to talk about backstabbing? That's funny. Your biggest dream is to backstab Roman Reigns? Oh, breaking news. According to Jimmy, nothing's going to happen at WrestleMania. I should imagine that Vince was drinking and went, spat that out. Don't go saying nothing's going to happen at WrestleMania. I mean, there's going to be... We've got Roman and Cody. Don't go looking at that WrestleMania sign. There ain't nothing happening at WrestleMania. Well, thanks for watching. Jimmy, you and your brother versus me and my brother at WrestleMania. Usos versus Sami and KO at WrestleMania. It doesn't need the titles, said Wisp. Roman beat the dream out of him. Oof. You don't deserve a shot at our tag titles. We've been on the same page since day one. And there'll be no title shot. I've just got this feeling there will be, you know. I think it's called Dave Meltzer. Jay's got something to say. Go on, Jay. This might be our one shot. This might be our one shot to put this Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens problem in the dirt. Usos accept. Usos jumping in the ring. Kevin and Sami brawling with the Usos. Kevin Owens going into the ring post. Days, where are all the Godfather hoes tonight? I'm ready to see some Monday Night Ripley back around us. Worst WrestleMania main event was Hart Yoko. Hulkster can lick the bag. Yeah, that was... I've got a soft spot. I agree. Wow, do I agree? It's one of. But I've got a nostalgia for it because it was the first WrestleMania that I saw 93 was the year my first proper year of watching, so 9's got a soft spot. But I can acknowledge it was not great. Okay, Usos on the outside. Chair being grabbed. Jimmy and Jay grabbing chairs, but referees are coming down. Officials coming down. A vehicle has arrived. There's Solo. Opens up the door. This will be the tribal chief. There he is. The wise man. Kevin Owens is calling Roman. Roman's pretty chilled. In fairness, Roman's got his mind on other things, isn't he? I mean, Roman's got to think about Cody. Solo's here. Roman's here. The wise man is here. Carnage! Usos walking away. Sami and KO jumping out the ring. Roman isn't here enough for me, said EST. But great timing, said Luke. Roman was announced, so I'm not surprised, said WWE and AEW fan. Who could Solo face at Mania? He's the only Bloodline member without a match. I don't know that he is facing anyone, to be honest, because at the moment they've not teased anything for him. They've not set up anything for him. He could end up going in and winning like the Andre Battle Royal. There's an option for him to go in there. Equally, though, Roman might just want him by his sides, because obviously this is big for Roman, and we all know Solo's going to get involved in the Cody match. So, equally, it would be all right if he didn't have a match, because you're going to see him. He's going to get involved in that main event. But I expect Sami and Kevin and Usos to be getting involved in that main event as well. Here's theory. So, opening segment has, I don't know if it's been, I don't think it was confirmed, but it's definitely pushed things forward in regards to getting the match that has long been rumoured. Wrestler with Andy, hello. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Days, aren't you glad Sami didn't win at the Chamber? I think his momentum as champ wouldn't have lasted till Mania. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes. I completely disagree. I think he absolutely, if anything, it's made me believe he should have won even more, because I'm just not as engaged with the Sami story now, for me personally, because as I've been saying, like, as soon as he lost or didn't win at the Chamber, for me, well, that's it. We know. I mean, we know that at WrestleMania it's going to be Sami and Kevin versus Usos. It was just literally watching it get there. That was it. It was just literally, I know where we're going. I know what we're doing. It's now just watching us get there. And there's been some nice moments. I mean, I'm certainly not saying that it's been horrific or terrible or anything along those lines. But it's been predictable. And I've never... I think they did a nice job of getting people to doubt as to what Jay was going to do. And I think it was good of them to have Solo and Jimmy as a tag team and just get people thinking, well, what if Jay doesn't go in that team, and maybe we get Kevin and Sami versus Solo and Jimmy? And that was a conversation that was being had. So I felt comfortable, confident it was going to be Sami and Kevin against the Usos. I thought they did. I think they've done as good a job as you can do with it, with people knowing where it's going. I think they did muddy the water, but it doesn't take away for the fact that, you've taken, in my mind, you've taken one of the hottest stars that people absolutely love, who's had a massive impact on ratings. We don't know that he's going to get back to that level again. I mean, there's no guarantee you're going to get him back up to that level. It was, as we said at the time, it was special. It was really special. And for us, like, to have that opportunity, and that's what it was. It was an opportunity for us to have the opportunity to have Sami be the one. I mean, we could have had the opportunity where Sami was the one that beat Roman, and that would have helped Sami forever. He would always have been the one that ended this streak. And we also still could have had Cody win the belt at WrestleMania. So you could have had both. You could have had Sami winning at Chamber. You could have had Cody winning at WrestleMania. Again, the argument of why would you have Roman lose just before WrestleMania? Well, last year, as we pointed out, at day one, Brock won the title off Big E. Then at the Royal Rumble, he lost it to Bobby. Then at Elimination Chamber, he won it back in the Chamber. And then he went to WrestleMania and he lost it to Roman. So just last year alone, the WWE Championship changed 3 times before WrestleMania. From between day one on January 1st and WrestleMania last year, the title changed 3 times and then went to WrestleMania and changed again. So, and we were talking about Goldberg and The Fiend and how that changed before WrestleMania. Obviously, we know about Eddie winning the title. Like, sometimes when the time is right, the time is right. And, you know what I mean? Like, you just have to go with it. I don't see that as being a problem. I didn't see it as being a problem before. I don't see it as being a problem now. So, for me, I would have done it. I still would have done it. I would have done it. And I'm even more convinced that it was the better option. Just because, as I said, you know, for me, I mean, I was a massive Sami fan, and I still am. And I'm totally down for the Uso. It's not like I'm hating. I'm totally down for the match, but, like, it ain't grabbing me. It ain't doing it for me the way that it was. Because I just don't care about seeing Sami be a tag champion. I just don't care. I'm just not bothered. What do I care about him being a tag champion? Tag belts don't mean anything. We haven't done anything to build them up. Those tag titles have been secondary. They've been afterthoughts. They've been standing behind Roman. Like, they don't mean anything. Even though it's a historic title run, you know, it's played secondary to Roman, hasn't it? I don't think anyone would disagree with that. It's Roman that's got all the plaudits. You know, we have seen the tag champs be servants to Roman. They have had to publicly acknowledge Roman on a consistent basis. The optics are that they are, you know, less than Roman Reigns. And even though they've been champs for a long time, I just don't think that's been a great optic for them. So I think when we look back on this Usos run, it's, I can't say underwhelming, but it's not been able to stand on its own 2 feet, you know? It's not had its own segments. They haven't looked like it's hard to look like a badass when you're having to fall in line and be a servant. So, you know, as I said, I don't think that's done the tag belts very good. Jake said, I noticed Bray is still on a WrestleMania ad. Well, that's good. I mean, I don't know how easy it would be to edit him out of that, or even if there's thoughts, you know, if he can't make it, I don't know if they would think to take him out of it now. I mean, it's the same as posters, for example. When they make a poster for a show, they just go with big names, big stars. And, you know, if they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't. You know, we've seen people advertised. I think it Ronda was advertised for the Rumble. And I don't believe she was at the Rumble. So, like, you know, there's quite a few occasions where marketing will just put people on just because, you know, you just get the big names, big stars. So, yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if they would look to take him off if he wasn't going to be there now. Just let it run. Card is always subject to change, isn't it? Right. That's been about 7 minutes or so. We've been at commercial break. Number one trend in the United States is WWE Raw. And we have got Montez and Theory in the ring right now. Dort Knight said, Uso, Sami, Kevin isn't exciting me at the minute, but I do hope that changes. I mean, look, I really, really do not want to come across as being like moody or down or critical or anything like that. I'm not. I mean, it didn't go the way I would have liked for it to have gone. And, you know, we've left it where it is and we've moved on from it. But I will always believe that to have been one of the biggest, most recent mistakes that they made. And I know that it's one that splits opinion, and I know that it's one that people have got strong opinions on, and there'll be plenty of people watching this going, no, this is the right way forwards. And the truth is, we'll never know, will we? I mean, to be honest, we'll never know. Unless there was an alternative universe where we put the belt on Sami and we see how that plays out, we'll never know quite what the right way forward was. But there's been nothing that I've seen that's made me think that doing it would have been wrong, you know? As I said, like, because of how predictable this has been, it's been lacking for me. You know, we've moved Sami away from the biggest prize to very much a secondary prize. And I suppose the thing that surprised me has been just how much people have loved it and are still into it, you know? I suppose it's because the story has been so good and it's been so rich and the Jay situation has been so good that people love the friendship between him and Kevin and like them getting back together and all of that, you know, that it's just been a great story, hasn't it? It's been a great story. But it does make me sad that this is seemingly the end destination of this story is tag belts. But we leave it where it is. Kick coming in by Theory then. We are underway with Theory versus Montez. Clothesline by Montez. Montez coming over looking for another clothesline as Theory goes to the outside. Montez grabbing Theory, hurling him over the barricades. And I'm guessing he knows these people. He's jumped into the front row. He's put his arms around a couple of people in the front row. Maybe he doesn't know these people. Listen, if MJF can throw water over a kid, I suppose it's fine for Montez to put his arms around a couple of guys. Do you know what I mean? No problem, whether he knows them or not. Do you think they will go with Theory at Mania or Cena, said Macca? I think they should go with Theory. I think they will go with Theory. I don't think it makes much sense to have Cena win. Cena is someone that's been there, done it, massive name. You know, what's the benefit? What's the benefit in Cena winning? If Cena wins, some kids will be happy, but like he goes back to Hollywood and Theory's got to pick up the pieces of that loss on a very big public stage and find a way of moving forward, which you can do. I mean, just talking about Sami, the fact that he was able to last year lose to Johnny Knoxville at WrestleMania and get himself to where he is now it shows the power, doesn't it, of writing and of some big segments. But I think we can agree that what Sami just went through was exceptional. I mean, special. I don't know if it does it justice. I mean, when we're talking about the Usi segment, we're talking about the trial segment, we're talking about the honorary Us segment. We're talking about some of the best segments I've ever seen in WWE history. Like, I genuinely put it up there with anything I've ever seen. This story has just been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But it took something like that to get Sami, like, his credibility back. I'm not saying that it would nowhere near the same. Austin Theory losing to John Cena. There's no shame in losing to John Cena. No shame at all. But he would have to find... Because, you know, he's talking about how he's the present. He's not the future. He's the present. He's talking about how he's the youngest United States. You know, he's bragging and all this kind of stuff. if he takes a loss at WrestleMania, he's going to have to find a way of, picking himself up again. And I just don't think he needs to. I think what we need to do with him is build him. In fact, rather than having to pick himself up, he needs something to brag about. Giving him the United States belt was good because he can brag about being the youngest champion. Giving him Money in the Bank didn't work, but at least he could brag about being Mr. Money in the Bank. Like, giving him things to brag about is fuel for his character. And so I think rather than, you've got the option, do you want Austin Theory to have to try and pick himself up after a loss? Or do you want to give him something that he can brag about? And I think it's better that he has something to brag about. So I think they'll give him the win. I mean, you never know, obviously. That's the great thing with WWE. It's hard to predict at times. But I would feel pretty good about that one. I would say at least 80-20, if not 90-10, in favor of Austin Theory. Right, let's go down. We are back from another commercial break. Dimension X Tuber Live said, I heard there was a promo about a match Bray and Bobby was there. You heard there was a promo about a match Bray Bobby was there. Don't know. I mean, there was apparently a WrestleMania ads and Bray was still in that, but I didn't see it because I was looking at the chat. And equally, I don't know if they would change it, to be honest. And I don't, to my knowledge, it didn't say Bray versus Bobby. It might have just shown Bray. And as we were talking earlier, like, there's posters that have people on that aren't at the shows, and it doesn't change my mind on anything. I can't sit here now say that, okay, that means we're definitely getting Bray or whatever. Montez with a moonsault lands on Theory. And we're still underway with this match. We're almost half an hour into this show. We have had a couple of breaks, though, during this match. Theory going over to the ropes as Montez grabs him. Back elbow there by Theory. Theory going over, grabbing Montez. Looking for a bit of a swinging net breaker, I think. But a big boot there by Theory. Montez with an enziguri. He's got him up on his shoulders. Was he going for A-Town down? But DDT by Montez. So we know that Roman is on the show tonight. Cena wins. Then he'll do an open challenge, said James. Maybe Jay White will debut. Montez hurling Theory back into the ring. When does the member stream start? Eastern time. Don't know yet. It'll be maybe 8 p.m. Dropkick by Theory. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking it'll be like midnight here, something around that sort of time. So it'll be about 8 Eastern. A-Town down connects. 1, 2, 3. Austin Theory wins. Some good action in that match, as you would imagine. Lots of thumbs down from people booing away. Yeah, that was great by Montez. Straight over the top. Lands onto Theory. Lands on his feet as well. Nice drop kick. Follows it with A-Town down. So there we go. Theory beats Dawkins, beats Montez. Is he going to say anything? I am wondering if there'll be a little video from Cena, because that's not too hard to film, is it? You know, little video. He didn't believe in me, but now he does. And John, you don't believe in me. But at WrestleMania, you will. Theory points up at the sign. Ooh, is there blood coming down his eye? I think there's like blood coming down the side of his face. Looks like he was crying blood. So, Theory is fired up. This is about me. And it's always been about me. Nothing from Cena. I think that's a bit disappointing. Maybe next week. As I said, it's not difficult to record a little message. Okay, Usos backstage with Roman. Roman asking if everything's good. We took a few shots, said the Usos. Nothing can hurt me. Nothing can hurt me or hit me harder than being torn away from my brother.
And then have to answer to it like it's my fault.
Ooh, is he standing up to Roman? He says, and then I have to answer to it. Oh, I will never forgive Sami Zayn for this. It's interesting, isn't it? There's an interesting moment there. That's interesting. Jay, you stay. This is going to be good. So Roman and Jay, I mean, we've been waiting for this. Are they giving it us now? This has got to be a separate segment. This is definitely a separate... Yeah, okay, we're zooming in on Jay. And it fades. Yeah, I mean, that has to be a separate segment because that is a meeting, a confrontation that is going to be fascinating because obviously Jay had something to think about. And now he's come back. Like, it's understandable that Roman's going to want to know where his head's at. And this is a meeting that we've been waiting for. Like, that's going to be a great segment. I think what was just really interesting there was Jimmy. Jimmy turning around saying, like, you know, nothing can hurt me more than being separated from my brother, torn away from my brother, and then, like, you know, it being made out that it was my fault. And that's really interesting, as we know, because Roman said that if Jay didn't come back, it's Jimmy that he would blame. And so it definitely just a slight tease. Just a slight tease that Jimmy is not happy with Roman there. I mean, he did say, like, there was a pause. They definitely let it breathe. And then he did say, you know, I will never forgive Sami for this. So he made his intentions clear. It's Sami that he blames. It's definitely an undertone to it, though. It's officially spring. I need my cheering kids thing tonight. I'm lost without these sound effects. Even Heyman looked worried when Jimmy was going with that, said James. It was good. It was very, very good. Taz just posted it's going to get fun in the AEW neighborhood, said John. We the Ones is better than We the Twos. Jay out, Solo in. Well, they're both. Both. What do you mean? Like, in the match? You think Jay out and Solo in? As I said when we were talking about the whole Sami thing earlier, I think WWE did the best job they could with trying to, like, you know, take you on a bit of a journey. And is Jay going to be coming back? Is it going to be Solo and Jimmy? I think doing the Jimmy and Solo tag matches was really, really clever by WWE for this story, because it made you look at them and go, okay, well, they can tag and they're pretty good together as well. And so, you know, things are going to this is how we're going to carry on, basically, if Jay doesn't return. this is how we're going to carry on. So the idea of maybe Jay and Sami against Jimmy and Solo was definitely there. I mean, like, the idea of it was there. I don't know that I ever felt that confident that we were definitely going to go that way. But, yeah. I think they did as good a job as they could have done. Sorry, not sorry. People are deluded if you think Cody is not going to win at Mania, said James. Kian said, Days, I'm pumped for WrestleMania next weekend. It is not this weekend, weekend after, yes. I need to get the streams up, actually. Obviously, we're doing the streams. We're going to be doing NXT. We're going to be doing WrestleMania. Both days, of course. I need to get those streams set up, which I will look to do sooner rather than later. I need to get this computer fixed as well. And my neck. Got a whole world of problems at the moment. Sami Zayn and the Multiverse Championship of Madness, said Defcom Eric. Austin said Roman is winning. Right, well, look, we're going right back to Roman. Look, here we go. Roman and Jay. Roman and Jay. Man, I could just watch these two sitting awkwardly for like the next 2 hours. Quite happy. Haven't seen you. Haven't heard from you. I've got to beg your brother to get answers. And now you're back making decisions? If you want to make decisions, you got to be in the bloodline. Are you with us? Are you bloodline? Are you still my family? Oh my God, this is so good. I'm with you. I'm bloodline. He's bloodline. I hope so, says Roman. That's all I needed to hear. God, I mean, it is amazing, isn't it? All it's just body language. I love you. Roman says he loves him. Roman said he loves Jay. Jay pauses, exits. I mean, the amount of dialogue that was in that segment fit on a postage stamp. I mean, there's next to nothing there. Oh, Heyman's here. Do you love me? Did you find the answers you were looking for? Yes. So he asks Jay, are you with the bloodline? Jay says he is. I'm with you. I'm bloodline. Roman tells him that he loves him. Jay didn't say it back. Yeah, and he walked off. Ooh. Oh, God, it's such a great story. It's such a great story, and it's brilliant how, as I said, that segment there, it's body language, it's a postage stamp of dialogue, and it could not be more compelling. Could it? Couldn't be more gripping if it tried. Like, edge of the seat, you're just eating it up like cereal, like catnip. Chelsea Green. I'd like to talk to a manager. Hi, Chelsea. Okay.
I would like you to know that I made matching gear for my tag partner Carmella, who is not available tonight.
Oh. I made matching gear for my tag partner who's not available.
The new tag partner that I found. Someone who has absolutely no love lost for Asuka and Bianca.
She's got a new tag partner. Where's Carmella? Here's
This here is
Piper
Piper Niven.
Niven.
Is going to help me destroy the competition tonight. So talk to whoever you have to talk to make this official.
Chelsea, for what feels like the 1000th time, it's me, Adam Pearce. I'm the one that generally
For what feels like the 1000th time.
So official then. I'd like you to go ahead and make it official that I am in the women's showcase at WrestleMania. How about that?
Well, funny enough, that's what I was trying to talk Tiger to come. I'm still finalizing those deals.
She's very good, isn't she?
Do you know who I am? I am Chelsea Green. I am the star. I need to be put in this match immediately, and you do not want to make me angry. Don't make me go onto social media. Cut WWE.
Don't make me go on social media.
Or, worse, block you. Put me in the match, Adam.
She's very good. She's very good. She's. You can see why Triple H wanted her back. I must admit. I mean, I haven't seen much Chelsea. I've only got like a bit of NXT to judge her by, and then when she came up briefly, but she is very good delivery, and this character seems to be a character that she's just excelling at. Like, she's really getting her teeth into. I don't know if this is a character that she's been playing, like, outside of WWE. I've seen her, like, wearing, you know, wedding dresses and, like, smudged makeup and stuff. Sort of like a runaway bride type gimmick. I don't know what that was or how that relates to this. But she's very good with this. Very, very good with, like, I want to speak to the manager, getting her points across, like coming across as that type of Karen. She's annoying, but she's meant to be. She's good. Her delivery is good. We know that she's going to be good in the ring. I mean, she's very experienced, so she's going to be very good in the ring as well. Yeah. Honestly, I was not blown away by her coming back. That was not something that I was bothered by. But yeah, I like what I see from her. Alfie said, Chelsea is amazing, comedic. This may not be the opinion of some, but she does give the show the humor that it needs. James said, Chelsea can do comedy. She's a great wrestler. I'm glad to see her back in WWE where she belongs. I am a runaway from a bride, said Cypher. Didn't see that Fatal 4-Way tag match coming. It looks exciting, said Evan. Is it true or a rumor Roman is fighting tonight? Well, they haven't announced anything. I did used to go on and check Fightful's rundown. I don't do that anymore. Just because I don't... what's the point? You know what I mean? What's the point? I mean, we could easily like have a look and see what's going to happen tonight in regards to the run sheets. But what's the point in finding out something you're going to find out just a few hours later? I sort of feel like if someone's gone and it's going to affect, you know, or someone's coming back and it's a big thing that's going to affect everything. But like some of that's just going to, you know, you're going to find out what's going to happen a few hours later. I'm not really bothered by that. But we did used to look at it. So as far as I know, no. But there could be information out there that he is. She was a crazy like Crady. She was a... That's crazy and lady. She was a crazy lady in TNA, says Paul. AEW has opened the door. Let him in. I mean, that is going to be fake news. The rumor is that he's sick. So, and even if he got released by WWE, there would be a no-compete clause as well. But he hasn't been released by WWE. So, Bray going to AEW is fake news. I feel very confident in saying that. Tessa burned bridges, which is bad because she's super talented, said Rare Breeds. Maggie said, I'd love to fight Roman, especially the pinning him down part. I would staple him to the canvas. Maggie, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Days, obviously we got Sami, Kevin, and Cody, 3 members of the Bloodline. Do you think Cody will introduce maybe the return of Randy or Riddle, or handle Solo if Cody comes out? What do you mean? Main event of WrestleMania? Yeah, I mean, I think Usos will be dealt with by Sami and Kevin. I would love Dustin Rhodes to do it. I don't know that Tony would allow it, but if he was smart, he would. Because him allowing Dustin to do that, I think would mean a lot to Cody. It would mean a lot to Dustin. It would be, people would be talking positively about Tony, saying it's good that he allowed it. Because Dustin's under contract, and Dustin, I don't think, is going to be able to do anything unless AEW give him permission to do it. So Tony can definitely stand in the way of that, but he shouldn't. It's too important. It's too important. And I think, like, if Dustin doesn't get involved and then it comes out after that Tony prevented it, it's just really bad PR, that is, for Tony. It's just bad PR. It's just a bad look. I could understand his argument, we're at war and all this kind of stuff, but what are you actually preventing? What are you preventing? You're not going to stop people from tuning into WrestleMania, because by that point, we're talking about the end of the main event. So it's not going to affect sales. It's not going to affect pay-per-view buys or anything. All it's going to do is it's just going to determine if people think you're a douche or not. So you got to do it. I think you got to do it. If I was in Tony's position, I would absolutely let Dustin do it. And I'd have him take out Solo. I think that'd be awesome. I think Dustin should play a part. No Rhodes has won a world championship. And Dustin had not many opportunities, but he's had opportunity. Not great opportunity. But, yeah, he is someone that I think would have loved to have been the one, of course. That he knows that time's gone now. I mean, he knows that, it's time for him to retire. There ain't no way he's going to be WWE champion. So for him to play a part in it, if that can be one of his final contributions, if one of Dustin's final contributions is that just in some small way he helps his brother, not even cheat, but just level the playing fields. What's brilliant is that, Solo interfering is hurting Cody, and it's not fair. And all Dustin is doing is just leveling the playing fields. Cody will still have achieved it. Cody will still have pinned Roman clean, but it's just Dustin can take out some of that outside interference, some of that outside noise. So yeah, I'd have Dustin go after Solo. I'd have Sami and Kevin deal with the Usos, and I'd have Brandy. I'd have Brandy just grab Paul Heyman. She could just jump over, just knock him over, do something as he's about to throw a belt in, or do something. I think you could definitely do that and have Brandy. Imagine Brandy just grabbing the little bits of hair that's left on Paul's head, as he's standing over by the barricades, shouting advice, or about to get a chair or something. And she just pops out of nowhere, grabs him by the hair. I mean, that people will pop at that. That would be awesome. Because look, if this is going to be the end of Roman's title reign, that everyone's getting involved. There ain't no way this is going to not have the Usos and Solo and Heyman, and do you know what I mean? There's no way. Everyone is going to be involved. Here is a Moss. Matt said, when we have a story like Sami's, which is so rich and rewarding, is it hard to naturally bring it to a close? Or wanting more, could we ruin it? For me, it's done, actually. For me, it's done. I think once we got to him going after the main belt and it didn't happen, it was then obvious, as we said, that he would go after the tag belts, which for me is that come down. And so for me, like, we entered the final stages of the story. And so, like, for me, like, we go to WrestleMania, they win the tag belts, and the story is done. So it's not hard for me to want more or anything like that. Or not, like, be sad for it to end. I think what we're looking at is we're looking at the next stage now for Sami and Kevin, and, you know, them as tag champs, I think will be good. I think it'll be good for the tag division. I'm sure they can have a good summer and get involved in some great feuds, and, you know, they're going to pop the houses, and Cody will be champ, and they'll be tag champs, and it's going to be a good summer, you know, it'll be good. So no complaints. We move on. The challenge is always going to be, you know, can you come up with something this year that's as good as Bloodline last year? And who knows? I mean, look, Bloodline can still continue. But I think we're all expecting Roman to step away at some point as well. So I think if you're Triple H, you're sat there knowing that Roman is going to take a bit of time off, knowing that this is not sustainable, and so you have to prepare for the next stage of the story and people's characters. So yeah, not a problem. I mean, if you work in WWE creative, that has to be your attitude, doesn't it? Because you must be so used to things being thrown at you, people walking out, people getting injured. Like, you know, they wanted to do Rock Roman, can't do it, need an alternative. Cody with the injury out for 6-8 months. You know, you're just constantly having to change plans, pivot, try and create the best stories possible. So yeah, I mean, this is the challenge, isn't it? If you're in creative, you have to be someone that's excited by these types of challenges. Otherwise, like, I'm sure that job would just eat you alive. Amos has just eaten Mustafa Ali alive. Absolutely destroyed him. The Nigerian giant. Brock will learn to fear the Nigerian giant. Amos used to have good matches with AJ. He took them down to the floor. WWE, if you want Amos to be looked at as tough, have him go up against 4 guys, said Oration Mines. Match of the century right there, said James. Who's your top 5 wrestlers to return? There's Logan Paul, Big E, Riddle. Here's Miz. Logan's dad is here as well. So Miz is like, you want me as your first guest, yeah? And Logan's like, no, that's a hard pass. And Logan's dad asks, who's that? So Logan is on his way to the ring then. It's a big show, this, isn't it? I mean, we started off with the Sami and Kevin segment. We've had a couple of little Roman things in between. All right, we just had the Amos thing, but whatever. And now we've got Logan coming out, so good. Good. That question, 5 wrestlers to return. 5 wrestlers to return. Big E, Randy, Riddle. I'm trying to think of women. I'm desperately trying to think if there's any women that need to come back. Is there a woman? There's got to be a woman. There's always a woman. Naomi. Do we know what's happening? I haven't seen anything to do with Naomi. I haven't seen anything with Naomi. I mean, I don't think we're getting Sasha. But, like, what's going on with Naomi? That would be great for the Usos. If Naomi comes back, that breathes life into that group. And they should put them together. Because Naomi, like, on her own is just... so-so, you know. I mean, I really like her, but creative don't know what to do with her. But put her with the Usos. You got some interest in there. And again, you've got some more stories to explore. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. So I would go Naomi. And yeah, people saying Shinsuke, that's a great shout. That's a great shout. Shinsuke. People saying Alexa. Yeah, she's not been gone that long, though, has she? She's been gone since Royal Rumble. So I suppose it's a little while. But, like, if I was to do a top 5, I mean, Shinsuke, haven't seen him this year. Big E, we haven't seen this year. Riddle, we haven't seen this year. Randy, we haven't seen this year. Naomi, we haven't seen this year. We haven't seen since May. So I would say that they're bigger. Tommaso's good. Bobby Roode doesn't really do it for me, to be honest. But I don't know what we're doing with Bobby Roode, to be honest. I can't say that I'm awaiting a big return for Bobby Roode. Certainly seems like the Dirty Dogs could be done, but then don't know. As soon as he comes back, maybe they just put him right back together again. Don't know. Tricky one that. I can't say. I don't know. It's difficult because I can't say I'm like really bothered, but then equally under Triple H, we know that Triple H really likes him, and so he might actually do something with him. Jake, shout out to you. Jake Cha said opinions on Lacey Evans. What's yours, Jake? My opinion is that we've messed her around. My opinion is that she wasn't ready when she got called up. I think they brought her up too early. I thought that at the time, though, because she'd done very little in NXT. And so I understand, like, you know, not everyone is going to go to NXT, be champion, stay there for years and then come up, whatever, right? Everyone's got a different journey. But it did feel like what we had seen of her wasn't setting the world on fire, and then she came up. So it was definitely felt too early. I think Vince liked her. I think Vince likes her military background, and I think Vince probably thinks that she's quite attractive as well, and that always helps. So she came up. They did a little something with her. Didn't work. Ended up changing her gimmick a few times. As we said, right, here goes. And then she goes into, like, revealing all the horrific things she's been through. That was rough. That was rough on every level. For her to have to do that, for us to have to hear it, the whole thing was rough. I actually thought that her being military, being trained, being, like, going in the ring and, you know, being, like, you know, a killer that puts on the Cobra Clutch and just puts people down, cuts like a promo telling the crowd how much they suck. I can't see any issue with that. I really can't. That, to me, looks quite interesting. I think there's something there. But then I'm old school, and I love things like Sergeant Slaughter, you know, so it's probably going to appeal to me. I've got no problem with that. The only problem with Lacey is that I don't know that people are going to be willing to give her that chance now, because we've tried so many things with her, and they just haven't worked, have they? And they've been awful. And so I think now people look at Lacey and go, oh, God, Lacey. You know, if they had called her up now and given her that as the gimmick, I think people would be into it. I think people would give it a chance. But I don't think people are going to give it a chance now. That's the only downer, because it's Lacey. You know, we've seen so much of her, and it's all been awful, that it's hard to give this one a chance. I'm going to give it a chance, though. So my thoughts are, let's see where it goes. But I don't even know what they're doing with that now, because I don't think they've got anything for her, and she's disappeared. So this poor woman, man. Honestly, it's like, how can we botch up a wrestler as much as possible? The Lacey Evans story. Right, here we go then. Logan, Impaulsive, let's go. There's a few boos. You're in my house? He is the table. Boo all you want. He had to know this was going to happen. I don't want to be here.
made my millions off my name and my brands. But I do this. I'm in the WWE because I love it. But I hear you, and sadly, y'all don't love me.
No, good. I do this because I love it. That's my dad.
Father who I dragged to St. Louis, and that kid in front with the drink prime sign. I love you too, kid.
Yeah, there was a kid that had that sign. I don't think they planted.
How many times I get on this mic for your entertainment, no matter how many of your
Oh my God.
beat up, let's be honest, you're never gonna respect me. But guess what, y'all? I don't care.
I don't care.
Not my fault.
It's not my fault.
Dorks refuse to see the amount of talent standing in front of you.
It's not my fault that you dorks refuse to see the amount of talent standing in front of you.
There is nothing I can't do. There is no seat I cannot fill. There is no person on this roster that I cannot compete with. And whether y'all like it or not, yes, I am that good.
Yes, I am that good.
In fact, that's why I didn't invite anyone to be my guest on Impaulsive TV tonight, because quite frankly, I can do it all. And besides, did you really think any of my celebrity friends would come to a place like St. Louis?
Did you think any of my celebrity friends would come to a place like St. Louis?
2 words. Get real. Get me out of here quicker than the St. Louis Rams. Sorry, the Los Angeles Rams.
It's basic heel work, innit? Insult the crowds. Insult the local sports team.
Back in LA, where I challenged your hero, Seth freaking Rollins.
Jake said, almost identical opinion. Thanks, Days. Jake, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you.
Happy birthday to me, I get to kick some ass.
Right.
The match is gonna be great.
Match will be great. And it will.
As y'all know, Seth is one of the top 3 in this business.
Match will be great.
But I was talking to my brother Jay, and he brought up a good point.
I was talking to my brother.
It's just kind of hard to be afraid of a guy named
It's kind of hard to be afraid of a guy called Seth.
Seth Rogen, Seth Curry. Not as good as Steph Curry, but still nice guy. And you know, maybe if Seth hadn't started this beef with me, we could be friends.
Maybe if Seth hadn't started this beef with me, we could be friends.
Now I just kind of want to see me knock him out again. Actually, yeah. Can we gonna replay it?
So he's going to play the footage of him knocking out Seth. Do you think they said to him, go out there and be annoying for about 5 minutes? He's like, I can do that. I can do that. Oh, I've got this. Do you want me to do 20? Do you want me to do an hour? No, just the 5. Just do the 5. And we'll send Seth out and he'll get a big pop. Match is going to be great. Seth needs to win. Logan needs... don't know what he's doing in WWE. I can't stand him, said Davids. Logan's still undefeated. Going to beat Goldberg's run. He's never losing. He lost to Roman.
It's beautiful. It's like watching Picasso paint. It's one of the prettiest things I've ever seen. I could do this all day, y'all. Watching Seth get knocked out.
Microphone goes off. Guessing that's Seth.
Right?
Logan trying to talk. They give him a new microphone. And there's Seth.
I'm so sorry. It's
If he's in the truck, why did he allow them to play the video of him getting knocked out repeatedly? Unless he only just got there. If I was in the truck, I'd be like, don't you dare play that video. Seth's going to press a button. That plays his music. Okay, so Seth on his way to the ring. It's kind of cool. When he pressed the button, and I know this shouldn't impress me, but it did. He presses the button and like some of the sliders like just move on their own. Shouldn't impress me, but I don't have a mixing board. And so seeing him press the button and then these sliders just went... I was like, that's cool, man. That's cool. I thought it was cool. Seth is amazing. Who has Logan knocked out in reality? The one he landed on Floyd barely hurt him. So what is this one lucky punch gimmick based on, says Kyle? Well, it's just based on the fact that he's a boxer and, you know, if he's trained in boxing. So if he can land that one shot, then he can, you know, they're trying to spin it that he can put someone down. Which, in all fairness, I mean, like, he's all right when it comes to boxing. I mean, not at a level where he's going to be able to, like you know, win titles. I mean, could he go in there and have a competitive fight with Tommy Fury? Yeah, sure. Could he go in and have a competitive fight with KSI? Absolutely. Could he go in there and hang with Beterbiev or Bivol? Like, no, he would be murdered. But they're just trying to find an angle, aren't they, of double leg takedown by Seth. It's the same thing they did with Roman because, like, how's Logan going to stand a chance against Roman? Well, the only thing we've got is a puncher's chance, one lucky shot. And they've just kind of continued that into this. He comes over and goes on top of the commentary table. Commentary table doesn't break. Logan back on top. Seth grabs Logan's leg. Logan goes crashing on top of that commentary table. Paul is going to kick Seth's ass, says Moolah. Crowd is singing better than any of Logan's promo. Seth takes out a couple of the security guards. Logan is up. There's that punch again. And Seth goes down. So that's second week in a row that is knocked Seth out with that one lucky punch. Third time's a charm. Well, there we go. Seth is going to win at WrestleMania. Seth getting knocked out again. Anyone can knock someone out bare fist, said Aaron. Logan versus Bad Bunny versus Johnny Knoxville. Do it. If we're going to have celebrities wrestling, put them in against each other. I'm way more into that. Way more into that. Go for it. Let's do it. Let's do a celebrity battle royal where you don't know anyone that's in it and they just introduce celebrities coming down. It'd be sick. I mean, it'd probably be a car crash as well, as they're all like worried about dumping each other over the top. But yeah, you could have some fun with that. Who does Seth's booking? The guy is buried by Logan. Bray misses another WrestleMania, said Oration Minds. Well, we don't know, do we? We still don't know. Days, did you watch the A&E special with Ray and Eddie? No, I don't. We don't have that channel, so the only way for me to watch it would be to go into Watch Wrestling and watch them there. And to be honest, I haven't been doing that, so I do need to do that. I would like to watch those. I love those types of documentaries. I really want to watch the Jake the Snake one that aired, and the Jerry Lawler one that aired recently as well. So I've got a few that I do want to check out. I think there was a China one. I mean, like, I feel like, I don't know, when it comes to these, I feel like there's probably not much I'm going to learn. I think when you kind of know about the wrestlers, these sorts of documentaries are more introduction sort of things, you know? It's difficult to kind of find the deep dive stuff, you know? That's maybe where autobiographies come in, and maybe they're a bit better. But obviously not as accessible. But, you know, I'll still check them out, see if there's anything that don't know about. Maggie said, we don't know definitely what's happening with Bray at the moment, but it's not looking good. Bad Bunny will return soon. Yep, Backlash. I think next year they should do the breakup of the New Day with a heel returning Big E. What do you think? I think that they've botched that, to be honest. I think the New Day has been botched. I think that when Big E left in that draft, there should have been a way for them to have split up properly then. I think they wanted Big E to go off and be a face, though. They wanted to keep New Day faces, and they wanted to keep Big E faces, so that's why you couldn't have any heel turns. But them just being split apart and being sad about it was, I don't know, it seemed to lack a bit of impact for me. Like, they were just glum. And New Day have never been the same since. They've been stale. They've been stale for years and years and years. I mean, New Day, if you look at the Bloodline and you look at like how creative the Bloodline story has been, and Usi, and Honorary Use, and the hand gestures, and just loads, like Yeet, like just loads of little catchphrases, and great segments, and as we said, the trial, where the Samoan Spike was going to come in, and it was prevented, that amazing moment at the Rumble, so many great moments. And it sort of used to be a much watered down version like that for the New Day, where you would have bootios and you'd have pancakes, and you know there'd be like some fun segments, and they'd come out and like they would be the entertainment, like they would really be the fun part of the show. And as I said, certainly not the levels of what we've seen from Bloodline, but catchphrases and all that kind of stuff. We haven't had any of that. What new catchphrases have the New Day like come up with? What kind of fun segments like really come to mind? It's been a long time. It just feels like they're running on steam, running on past glories. So I just don't know. I don't know what you do with them, to be honest. Don't know what you do with them. I mean, if Big E comes back after so long away, turns on and beats him up, whatever, I mean, it'll have some shock value, but nowhere near the impact it would have had they have done it when they first split apart, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what you do with them. I mean, I don't even know if Big E is really with them. He sort of is, but sort of isn't, because it was only last year, day one, that he was the champ. And then he lost the belt, and then he went back with the New Day for a short time because I think there was an injury. And I think that I've got a feel. I can't remember if it was Kofi or Xavier, but someone was injured, and so Big E came in, and they didn't have anything for him anyway, and so that's why he was back with them, and then he got the injury. So it's kind of, I don't even know if he's like properly back with them now. I don't know. I just don't know what they're doing. That would be one that would be very interesting to get your teeth into if you was in charge of creative, you know? Right, we're seeing Judgment Day. It was Xavier that was injured, says Kieran. Thank you. Yeah, so he came in to kind of replace Xavier then. I mean, he did definitely hang around because they didn't have anything else for him, but was he back? Was he like a proper permanent member again? Like, I don't know. We never found out. He got injured. Okay, Dominik in the ring. I've got a feeling that we're going to see something on Friday with Rey's match. I mean, it's Rey's in action on Friday, and I'm hoping that Dominik is going to interrupt with some sort of video where he's attacking or about to attack the family, and so Rey has to accept a match. I think that would be the right way to go. Because I think Rey Dominik at WrestleMania would be fantastic. Here is Johnny then. Johnny wrestling. Making his way down. With Loomis. Oh, I tell you what, could we see Grayson Waller on the show? Because Johnny is in a feud with Grayson Waller. NXT tomorrow. We're building, of course, towards Stand and Deliver. So there's plenty going on with NXT as we're building towards a big show, WrestleMania weekend. Johnny against Grayson Waller is one of the big stories, one of the big feuds. And there's maybe a chance that we see Grayson Waller on this show. WrestleLandy said, who do you want Logan to wrestle after Seth? Him and Ricochet would be good setup after the Rumble spots. That's a good shout. Yep. Definitely down for that. Definitely down for that. I would be quite down for seeing him and Shinsuke as well. Because the thing is, Shinsuke's been away for so long that you can use... Because there's no denying that when Logan comes out and talks or has a segment, it's Logan, right? The power of celebrity is very powerful. So it's noteworthy, you know. I feel like I can't say that he brings extra eyes because if you look at the shows he's been on, the ratings have been exactly the same as every other show. Like, we don't see any spikes. I think they do better on social media. I think his clips, you know, they always brag that the Logan clip of him jumping and filming at the same time did X million and whatever, right? So those clips do well. So fantastic for social media. But when you look at the ratings of the show, we don't see any movement. But it's undeniable that, like, that was one of the bigger segments tonight, him coming out and doing his Impaulsive thing. Even if Seth hadn't have come out, still would have been one of the bigger segments. So I think use that to, like, really elevate some people that could do with that spotlight, that could really do with being seen. So I think the Ricochet shout is brilliant because I think Ricochet is very impressive. I think he plays very well on social media. I think that the size difference as well would grab people's attention. So I like that. I also like Shinsuke because Shinsuke is credible, cool, struggles with English, and so Logan can obviously do quite a bit of the talking in that feuds. But, you know, Shinsuke can come in and say a few things, hold his own. But the match would be amazing. The match would be great. And so I quite fancy that. And it would be a great spotlight for Shinsuke. So there's a few. I mean, I was thinking Gunther because, again, the match would be great. Gunther deserves that sort of spotlight. The only downside is that would be heel versus heel because I can't see Logan turning face anytime soon. So I can't see Logan turning face. And Gunther, I can't see him being face. Although, easy story. You can go up to Logan and say, you're disrespecting this great sport. The ring is sacred and all that. And basically, go down that road. And honestly, if the crowd want to cheer Gunther, it's maybe not the end of the world for that one feud. So I'd be quite interested in that. I think anyone that's just going to really benefit from that sort of spotlight, The 81-inch wingspan on Brock is insane. I just measured mine. I'm taller, but my wingspan is 74.5, says Kyle. Shinsuke and Asuka can speak English, but they fake that they can't for kayfabe, says A1. Darren said, I think Dexter Loomis might join Judgment Day. Big Time Baxter, hello, said they could always explore Uso splitting with Jay going babyface and Rikishi's involvement with a blood feud culminating inside Hell in a Cell. Smurfytoon said when Xavier had his foot injury, it almost took his career. The EST said Dominic's character is pointless. Jennifer said, where's Bray? I forgot. He's got a sickness at the moment, and we're just waiting to see if we're going to hear anything tonight. So far, an hour and 20 minutes into the show. It's been an all right show. It's been all right. I mean, Kevin Owens, Sami segment at the start. Good, fine. The Roman bits I enjoyed more, to be honest. And certainly his sit-down with Jay, I think, was a real highlight of the show so far. And the Logan segment, I mean, look, Logan did what he needed to do. He went out there, cheap heats, got a few things off his chest, which I think he really means, to be honest. I think there was some truths in there when he said that you lot, I love this, and you lot, too stupid to see the talent that's in front of you, and you're always going to boo me, and blah, 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 blah. And I think that does bother him, to be honest, because I think in the feud against Roman in particular, he was meant to be the babyface because Roman was the heel, but the crowd were not buying it. They weren't having it. And, they didn't get onto his side. Now he's come back, and I think this one's a little bit different, to be honest, because Seth is a face. Seth is a face, and the crowd loves singing his theme. And so they've put Logan in this position where, Logan coming back at the Rumble and eliminating Seth, which was always the plan. That's, they had to have known that was going to result in people not liking Logan even more. So all of this, I believe, is sort of by design because of the reaction he got in the Roman feud. But I think there was some home truths in there. I think there was some frustrations in there. But, I mean, look, it was a big segment. Seth came out, got knocked out again. It's another talking point. For these shows, I always think what's going to make the video package. When we're sat watching WrestleMania and the video package plays of all the builds, all the moments that led to the match happening, like, what moments are they going to include? And I think we're seeing a couple here. Seeing a couple tonight that'll make that video package. So, yeah, I already feel like we've had a fair bit from this show, and we're not even quite halfway through yet. Days, is it me, or did it look like Randy was having the most fun with his career with Riddle, said Dominic. I don't know. I can't say he was having the most fun. Only he can answer that. I think he was enjoying himself. I mean, the only thing I would say is that face Randy is not a Randy we've seen a lot of. So Randy having fun or showing that he's having fun, I don't think is something that he's necessarily tried to show because of him being a heel. So I think that's something for him to answer. I'm sure that when he sits down and does a review of his career, I can't imagine that he will have bad things to say. I think he was enjoying himself, genuinely. Not aware of him not. The only thing is, we don't know what was happening behind the scenes. I mean, obviously, look, Riddle has gone off now to rehab, so we don't quite know how those struggles, demons, that addiction has been showing itself. There could have been, and I don't know that there was, but there could have been some times where, Riddle got a little frustrated because maybe Randy got frustrated because maybe Riddle wasn't, totally there, or, there's distractions or, things going on. It's hard to know what happens behind the scenes. But I don't want to speculate on that because, we don't know, do we? We don't know. We don't know how long that had been going on and how bad it had gotten. It must have been bad for him to go to rehab, though. There must have been things going on that we're not privy to. So it's very hard. It's very hard to say. But yeah, I would be surprised if he was to come out and say that he hated it and it was a challenge and all this kind of stuff. Because I agree, definitely seemed to enjoy it. So. Can't wait to see Dolph and Robert Roode reunite, said Bryson, and once again take over the roster. 619 misses by Dominik. We have been at commercial break. Johnny going over, grabbing Big Dom. He's got him up on his shoulder. We got Dexter. Oof, lawn darted him into the middle turnbuckle, and Damian Priest was shocked. Kick coming in there by Johnny. 1, 2. Kick out by Big Dom. Roderick said, dang, this match is still going. Still going. Does Seth beat Logan, says Macaros. I believe he does, yeah. I would be shocked and appalled if Logan was to get the win. We're talking about Seth Rollins, one of the best in the world. Former world champ and someone that's, I don't know, maybe, could we say the closest we've got to Macho Man in this day and age? Very flamboyant with what he's wearing. And he's got a wife in the business. And he's sort of second fiddle to the face of the company, like Macho was to Hogan. Seth is to Roman. In fact, Seth coming down with capes and robes like Macho Man used to would look right, wouldn't it? In all fairness, he could rock a cape or a robe very comfortably. I'd love to see Becky in a Miss Elizabeth role as well. They should do that, man. Could you imagine if they cosplayed as Macho and Miss Elizabeth? The head looks so good. It's a win for Big Dom. He's won that clean as well. He's beaten Johnny Gargano clean. Dominik Mysterio beating Johnny Gargano. Last Friday, big booze, big heat. He's got that Logan heat. I wonder if you could do something with him and Logan. I won't stop till I get what I want. I know this Friday on SmackDown. The entire Mysterio family will be there. The same family that blocked my number and kicked me out of the group chat. The Judgment Day group chat's much better. I'd love to see the Judgment Day group chat. Dominik said he's going to ask his mom permission to face Rey at WrestleMania. It's absolutely the right way to go. It's going to be good. Friday's going to be really good. To be fair, most kids need a good punch in the face, said James. Poor Dom only got a BMW, said Slick81. Yes. Right, here's Usos Solo. Seafood has been delivered. Shrimp. Lobster. Mahi mahi. Tribal Chief wants them to take the rest of the night off and indulge. There's lobster, there's shrimp, there's mahi-mahi. Does want Solo, though. Solo goes in. No mahi-mahi for him. Nice. Solo never looks happy. Dominik said, one of the funniest moments is when Randy hit an RKO on Mark Henry and jumped and did a splits in the air. Ryan said, do you want the Usos to lose at Mania? I don't know. I don't mind. I think you can tell a story either way that you go, to be honest. But I think it's more likely they'll lose. But if they retain, you can then build towards a rematch being at Backlash. You could also do Solo and Usos against Sami, Kevin, and Cody. Do something along those lines as well. Like, I don't feel that Sami and Kevin necessarily need the tag belts. I don't feel like this is about the titles. It's about bringing down the Bloodline. And I think a big part of bringing down the Bloodline, a big part of giving the Bloodline a black eye is going to be what Cody does, which is take the titles away from Roman. That's going to have a bigger impact. If the Usos lose the tag belts, that's a knock. But Roman losing the undisputed Universal belt, that is, the island of relevancy is sinking, right? That's the bigger deal. So, the answer should be a passionate yes. I want to see Sami and Kevin win the tag belts. But the Cody match is a lot more important when it comes to bringing down the Bloodline. That I think you can tell a story either way you go, to be honest. I really do. I think you can keep the belts on the Usos, or you can put them onto Sami and Kevin. So I don't mind. I think the match is going to be amazing. I think it's going to be a fantastic match. I think that Sami and Kevin will win. That's my prediction. But it's a different question of, like, do you want them to win? Because the other thing I would say as well is I don't want Sami tied up with the belts in the tag division, to be honest. Sami has shown just how great he is on the microphone. And I understand the argument is, well, he's just done amazing work and he was in a faction. He was in the Bloodline. So why not be in a tag team? But, like, I don't know. We're moving him into the tag division. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to see him, like, have killer matches and builds, and I want to see him go after the belt, and I just don't think it's going to happen, is it? I want to see him become world champion. That's what I want to see. I just don't think it's going to happen. And so him going for a tag belt, going into a tag division, just moves him away from where I want him to be. So, don't know. Right, we're back. It won't be long, said NYC. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it might be the summer, mightn't it? And hopefully, you know, once it spits him out and he can, you know, hopefully to the moon. That's what I'm hoping. Right, Edge and Finn. Hell in a Cell. So we've just got that graphic right now. Here's Edge. Promo. Spooky. If you push me, I will not just resist. I'll throw you through a wall. I'm a hostile man. You're a hostile man that's got some pretty big candles. Finally, Finn and Edge can finish this, said Austin. Ryan said Goldberg teaming with Ryback in AEW. That's the dream, Ryan. That's the dream. Listen, we can joke, but I would watch that. I would definitely watch that. Imagine them two, like, just going around botching all the moves. The Botch Brothers. with guest manager Nia Jax. Brilliant. I understand what you said when you said hell couldn't handle your demons. It's very intense promo, isn't it? I mean, it's basically just Edge's head. Bring your demon to meet the devil. Leave Finn at home. Bring your demon. I would like to meet him, says Edge. Ooh, that's good, isn't it? That's good. That's good. I would like to meet him. Bring your demon. Been a long time, innit? When was the last time we saw the demon again? It was against Roman, wasn't it? Demon. Demon Finn Balor versus Edge. Edge, head, baby. Demon Balor returns. Paul said, holy, that was awesome. Halftime scores. We'll get to it. I love this. I knew it was going to happen, said Nathan. I hope they end the Bloodline at Mania story. We need fresh champions and storylines. Roman being champion is getting old and annoying, says Kian. I think you can extend it. I think you can do whatever you want to do, to be honest. Again, like, say Roman retains. What you need to do then is find a way of freshening it up, because you've just lost Sami and that's a big thing to lose. But we said the other week, if you bring in Naomi, well, all of a sudden you've got a brand new dynamic, because you've now got a female in the Bloodline who can go after the women's division. And all of a sudden it gives Roman another title to go after, because Roman can tell Naomi to go after the women's championships. Now, obviously, them getting involved is going to be tricky, but they can always distract. There's no problems with getting someone's attention and then or distracting a referee so that Naomi can get a chair and use a weapon whilst the referee's distracted. So Bloodline would be able to still get involved, even though they wouldn't be able to physically get involved, So yeah, you could always look at that as a way of freshening things up, just as an example. I mean, there's a billion other things you could do. Red hot feud in the summer. Bloodline against Judgment Day. That would be amazing. So, there's definitely ways of freshening up. I don't think you have to take the belt off Roman because, it's stagnant and that's the only thing you can do. But, yeah, I understand the argument. It's time. Right, it's also time for Rhea. Here's Rhea. She said she doesn't agree with living in the past. Charlotte doesn't want to accept her future. Bray is present in the Mania posters. Yeah, I'm personally not reading into that. I think those graphics have been made a long time ago. I don't think they would change them now. I don't even know if they would think about it, to be honest. If Bray's not going to be there, I don't know that anyone would think we've got to change the CGI thing that's got him on, for example. Because they're just nice little Easter eggs. Do you know what I mean? Those little poster things. I don't think you will ever respect me, said Rhea. When you hear the name Rhea Ripley, you question everything. Don't what me, you're all pathetic. What? Tricky. This is tricky for Rhea because we've had a Logan promo. We've just had a Spooky Edge promo. So it's difficult now for Rhea to come out and cut a promo. You tried to keep people down. You have to admit, it's time. Admit it. You're done. You're washed. It's over. Wow. Without the WWE, you are nothing? I don't care about your insecurities. At WrestleMania, I will become a champion. And I will be the biggest star here in the WWE. They had a big brawl, didn't they, on Friday? And this is rumoured to be main event of night one. Rhea Charlotte in part one could be main event, said Davids. Get the Fiend. Damn it, said Erasure Minds. I don't need you to respect me. But you will fear me. Is that Bailey? Is that Damage Control? Damage Control! Rhea, Rhea, Rhea. They were all on the same page at Survivor Series. I respect you. We respect you. Anyone that puts Charlotte in her place has got the utmost respect from Damage Control. If you need any tips on how to beat Charlotte, I don't need any help from you three, says Rhea. Bailey said you've got cocky. Rhea laughs at her. This is your show.
I'm not really ring ready. But if one of you guys want to come in this ring and try and get me out of my ring, go ahead.
Rhea said, I'm not ring ready, but if any one of you wants to come in and try and get me out of my ring, go ahead. So are we going to get Rhea and Bailey? Adam Pearce is watching. That'd be a hell of a match if that's what we're getting. Make this match official right now. Referee's there. I love that. Normally, we just see the ref running down, but I love seeing Adam Pearce actually make it backstage. That's great. How often do we see this where two people are in the ring and they say, let's do this match, and then a ref will come running down? And the criticism is always, oh, the wrestlers can make their own matches now, which is a fair criticism, right? But just that little shot backstage, Adam Pearce watching the monitor saying, listen, this match is good to go. And then he sends the ref out. It's just a lovely little detail. Lovely little detail. Right, let's go with halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Mikhail said, I love heel versus heel. Heel versus heel. The conflict of not knowing who to cheer for. Who do I boo more? Yeah, good. I saw Isaac as well asking about Finlay. Yeah, I mean, Finlay absolutely should go in the Hall of Fame. I mean, massive in the British wrestling scene. Well, not a big name, but definitely played a part. And then went over to, obviously, WCW, did a lot there. WWE, did a lot there. Now he's a producer, doing a lot there. I mean, it absolutely a Hall... For what he has given wrestling... absolute Hall of Fame career. No doubts about that. So, yeah, I'm down for that. I mean, I don't know that he goes in this year. If he does, no problem. But if he doesn't, then, it's always next year after. Yeah, he should go in. Right, James said 7. Big Time Baxter said 7. Ledge Killer said 7. Suzanne said 7. Kyle said 2 out of 3. Finlay was World of Sports. Big Time Baxter 7. A.B. Jobson said great go home. 8. Go home's next week. But it is it's a good show. I agree. We need some from Bray, said Gaming Content Channel. Aaron said 7.6. X-Drive said 7.5. EST said 7. Kaz said 7. Trey Gaming said 6.35. Finlay loves to fight. Shaquem said 3. Draco said 7. Justin said 7. Fiona Gaming said 4. Gaming Content Channel said 8. David Robert Wood said 7.25. Kian said 7.8. Jason said 7. Mitchell said 7.75. G Money Slayer says 7. Alfie says 8. Let Him In said 7. John with a 7. WWE Fan 1000, 8.5. Brennan the Rhino with a 6. Maka said, do you think they keep Rhea with Judgment Day if she wins the title? Yeah and no. I mean, I think that she will have to go off and do her own thing because she is going to have to take on challengers and be involved in feud. I mean, it's kind of what we're seeing now where she's having to come out on her own and like cut her own like promos because Judgment Day are going to have their feuds and Rhea is going to have her feud. But there's no reason as to why we can't see them together at times, you know? But there are going to have to be segments where she's on her own. So I think if she's champ, it'll be very similar to what we're seeing now where, you know, we still see her with Dominik and we still see all of Judgment Day together at times. But then equally, there are times where they're separate, like on this week's show. And I think she will win it as well. Jojo said, when Bray returns, it won't feel the same. I don't think the crowd will react like they were last year. We need Bray and Alexa. It's a 6 for me, says Moolah. Mitchell said, what's your halftime score? Probably a... I mean, like, the Logan thing was... I mean, it was what it was. Felt like a big segment. I thought you made some interesting points. Knocking out Seth again. I mean, I think Seth wins. So I think we're just giving Logan something to brag about, you know? Which, to be honest, it's the right thing to do. Like, he's got to go into that match with people thinking he's got a chance. Because basically it's Seth Rollins who's been professional wrestling his whole life, taking on Logan Paul, who's a social media star. And I know that he's done a bit of boxing, he's done a bit of wrestling, but I mean the experience advantage that Seth has got is just astronomical. The skill gap as well should also be astronomical. We're not just talking about a wrestler, we're talking about one of the best professional wrestlers in the world. So you've got to give Logan, in the eyes of the fans, a chance. And the way they're doing that is with this one lucky punch. So 2 weeks in a row, Seth's been knocked out. So they're probably doing as good a job as you could do with it. So, yeah, don't mind that. Sami, Usos, all of that, that was all fine. Backstage with Roman was great. Trying to think what else we've had on the show. The Amos thing I didn't really need. Dominik winning I didn't need, but I did like him saying about Friday. That was good. So probably about a 7. Yeah, probably about a 7. I think it's been a perfectly entertaining show. But yeah, I think the 7's fair. I've got a feeling that it'll go up as well. I don't feel like I'm going down. If anything, I want to go higher. But as we've said before, we've all got our own, like, different scales. I always just benchmark mine against other shows and what I've thought about other shows. But everyone else's scale is going to be slightly different. So, you know, what could be a 7 to me might be a 6 to you. Bailey trying to get the pin on Rhea. Do you think Dominik beats Rey? I would think so. I mean, the only thing I would say is that the people really do not like Dominik. And Dominik has really pushed his luck. And big time's coming down. Oh. Is that popcorn? Look at that popcorn. Lita, Trish, and Becky making their way down. Becky with some of the... No way is she going to eat all that. She's got a popcorn bag like this big. I hope her baby's not in there. Yeah, so that's a really interesting one. Dominik Rey, my feeling is that, like, Dominik should win because, I mean, Rey doesn't need the win, does he? Why does Rey need to win? Dominik needs the win. Doesn't, like, on WrestleMania at the big stage, like, why does Dominik need to take a loss? The only thing is that, you know, it's Rey, isn't it? It's Rey. He's an absolute legend. And bigger than that, Dominik has wound everyone up, and everyone is waiting for someone to shut him up. It's a bit like Jake Paul, how everyone's waiting for someone to knock him out. With Dominik, he's running his mouth off, and people are waiting for someone to really shut him up. I think you go with Dominik winning at WrestleMania because I think that it's going to help him in the long run. Rey doesn't need the win. I think Rey would absolutely want to give that to... Of course he would, right? Rey would absolutely want... He would want to lie down for Dominik and give him that victory. So I've no doubt... There's no way Rey's like, no, I've got to get the win in this one. No, there's no way. It doesn't mean that they won't book him to win and say that he should win and try and twist his arm, whatever, but... I think someone needs to shut Dominik up, but it doesn't have to be Rey. I mean, look at the heat that Dominik has got by turning on Rey. It's nuclear. It's nuclear heat. So imagine that heat continuing because not only did he turn on him, but he beat him. He beat him at WrestleMania. This Hall of Famer, he beat him. He beat his dad on the grandest stage of them all. And again, imagine the boos. Imagine the boos the night after WrestleMania when Dominik comes out having beaten Rey. They'll be loud, man. I mean, they're loud already, but they'll be even louder if he wins. And that is going to just really help him. I mean, you think about Dominik where he is now compared to where he was when he was with his dad in that tag team. I mean, they were coming out to very little reaction, if any reaction at all. It was a little pop because it was Rey, and that was about it. But look at the reaction that Dominik's getting now. Like, him turning has just. I mean, like, it's been incredible, hasn't it? The power of that and how it's just revolutionized his character. It's been incredible. So, yeah, I would have him go over Rey. It's going to be really hard to do. Because, and there's probably going to need to be cheating involved, of course, but I would have him go over Rey. And then that heat should continue, and eventually someone will beat him. But I don't think Rey needs to be the one that does that. And if anything, Rey will be more than happy. Rey would probably be happy with calling it quits and hanging it up. Rey might be more than... I mean, imagine if it was a retirement match. If Rey loses, he retires. And Dominik retired his dad. You'd have to think that's probably how Rey would want to go out. If Rey could choose a way of going, that's probably how he would want to go, is a guess. Who do you think... Lars will come back to WWE. Nah, Lars won't come back. Alex said, you're right. Dominik has to go over. Rey would love to do it for his son, said Alex. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I can understand people going, like, Dominik beating Rey. Because it just doesn't feel right, does it? I mean, Dominik's green, new, you know, still learning, putting it together. And Rey is, you know, one of the greatest names in the history of wrestling. So Dominik going over is hard to envisage, but he'll cheat. He'll find a way. Judgment Day will get involved. He'll use the ropes. He'll pull the trunks. He'll use brass knucks. Whatever. However it's got to get done, it'll get done. Rhea down in the corner. Bayley charges over. Looking for a sunset flip, but couldn't quite get it. Rhea goes back in the corner, kicks Bayley down. Bayley goes crashing down. It's a good little warm-up match, this. I mean, if Rhea gets the win here, which I'm guessing she will, that'll be a good boost as she gets ready to face a fellow horsewoman. Bayley in trouble. Cloverleaf applied here by Rippers. Roman. Wow, we're in the final. I didn't even realise. Didn't even realise we're in the final hour. Damn. Damn. How about Dom crashes Ray's Hall of Fame ceremony to set up the match, says Kendall. To be honest, I think it'll be done before that. I think the match will be set up this Friday. Right. Here's Lita and Trish. They're coming round dealing with Io and Dakota. Becky is chasing Bayley back into the ring. Bayley gets in the ring. She's going to go headbutt. Riptides. Riptide. Bang! There it is. 1, 2, 3. So Bayley loses. A little bit of outside interference, but it's still relatively clean. Matt said, will you join me on a great day out to Chivington Gravy Museum? Sounds like a dream day. Where we will find a wide selection of gravy. What great times we live in. Yeah, I mean, it sounds great. Learning all about the history of gravy. I believe they've got some of the world's oldest surviving gravy granules, actually, so that'll be exciting. Here's Otis. Ah, there he is. Otis. Otis has got cucumbers on his eyes. Master Gable got us into the showcase. Ricky. Chad says, I need my number one guy. Here's Maxine. This is a stellar opportunity. She calls him horrifically middle class. Which way is he going to go? Maxine or Chad? Oh, he goes off with Chad? Oh. Right, here's Ricochet. Gallows and Anderson had a match scheduled. Well, apparently it's not happening. I don't know if they actually had a match scheduled or if they've just mentioned them so that people know they're still around. But she says that that match isn't going ahead anymore. Here is Ricochet and Chad Gable then. Otis. Ricochet versus Chad Gable. How long have we got? 55 minutes. Shush, shush, please. Apple and Onion fan. Shout out to you, buds. Let me get to your comment. Days, when does the Usos defend the tag belts? Was it advertised? Who's challenging them? Should it be Kevin and Sami? Viking Raiders, Alpha Academy, Judgment Day. So it's going to be Kevin and Sami. Oh no, what's this? Is this 40 Virgin? Ridge. So she's going to take off the... Is this actually happening? Nah. Butch goes round the other side. Where's he gone? Holy Jim Duggan. Ricky Gervais. Tony Blair's favourite socks. Oh, it's on the nipple. Butch. Ah! Ed Sheeran? What, he was... We got quite a few British personalities there. Tony Blair's socks. Ed Sheeran. Ricky Gervais. It's quite the lineup. Nice. Yeah, so I don't think they've advertised Usos Sami Kevin yet. I'm not sure it's 100%, but it's happening. It's happening. John said, I wish that WWE could bring back Mandy, have her tell Otis that she wants to get back together, and then he tells her he's not interested. I think that would be hilarious. It'd be good to bring her back literally just for that. I just want her back for all of like 2 minutes where we see her backstage saying, look, I had to come back. I've realised that I love you. I've always loved you. I was hoping to get back to the main roster to be with you, and I was working so hard in NXT. But, you know, look, things happened, and, you know, I am where I am, and I need you to come with me. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and I want him to turn her down. And maybe even, like, help her out the door. And she's talking to him, saying, but I love you, and he's, like, shushing her out towards the fire exit. Door closes. And then he goes back to his photo shoot. Do you think she'd be willing to do that? Because that would be bants. If Ed Sheeran wrestles Bad Bunny, that would truly be the greatest WrestleMania ever. Serious Gaming said, don't know if you caught the Bray Wyatt picture when the logo for Charlotte Rhea. Don't know if it's there or the match card preview, said Serious Gaming. Yeah, I don't read into it, to be honest. I think to be honest, what's happening now is the White Rabbit in particular, and before that, the Firefly Funhouse, means that everyone reads into everything now, and it's just not meant to be read into like that. That's my take on it. So, for example, not everyone, but a lot of people were saying that WWE had put a little tease on SmackDown with the Bray Wyatt logo on a box. But we know those logos are on boxes, and they've been seen in the background of other wrestlers in the past. We've seen the logos in the background of Liv Morgan when she was fighting Sonya Deville. Nothing came of that. They were in the background of Rey and Triple H when they were having a conversation. Nothing came of that. Those logos are just on some boxes because those are the boxes I think they use to transport the door and transport, like, you know, bits and bobs for Bray. And they're just on the vans and they just go to SmackDown. And so I really don't think that was a clue or a tease or anything like that. I think literally there are Bray logos on boxes in the backstage area. And I put that out on the channel. And my feeling is that the graphics that we're seeing, they've been made ages ago. And I just don't think they're going to, you know, if someone is ill or sick or not going to make WrestleMania, I don't think they're going to go to the trouble of changing the graphics. I don't think they make these graphics like before the shows. I think these were made months ago, and it's one set of graphics that they've got. And honestly, like, they're just meant to be fun little posters. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a cinema, and so where the movies would go, they've just got posters of superstars. I think if Bray had been released, that would be, then maybe we would say, okay, this is interesting. But he's still a WWE superstar, and right now we don't know if he's going to make it to the show or not. I just don't think they would change the graphic. It's just no need. Again, earlier in this stream, we said there have been posters that have been made where they just get a collection of the biggest names and put them on the Rumble poster. Doesn't matter if they're going to make it to the Rumble or not. Doesn't matter if they're in the Rumble or not. It's just a way of just like, these are some of the stars you could see. And I suppose in a way that's what they're doing with the cinema thing as well. These are some of the stars that you could see. And we know that Wyatt was planned. So if he does not make it now, then, well, he was meant to be there. It is what it is. But I can't see them changing all these graphics just to take him out because now he's sick. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? Why would you go to that trouble? So, yeah, I think there's a lot that's being read into that for me personally just doesn't need to be read into. Like, I think it's good for the Funhouse. I think it's good when you've got White Rabbit. But I think, like, a lot of the other stuff is just... There's a lot of coincidence. There's a lot of things that, just in the background. I mean, there's like crows and things that have been spotted backstage, and it's like nothing comes of it. Nothing comes of it because all that ever was just like some decoration that was backstage. Nothing ever came of that stuff. And so, like, I just think there's a lot that gets read into that doesn't need to. And I must admit, I'm guilty of it as well. I'm guilty of it because you never quite know what should you read into, what shouldn't you read into, what does this mean? And so, the other week there was a QR codes that came out. I didn't know where it had come from, and so we ended up doing a video on that because I never saw a QR codes. But this little video clip was doing the rounds. After I'd posted the video, that's when it started to kind of become a bit more apparent that, well, seemingly no one was talking about it. No one could pinpoint when it had been on the show. And so, eventually you go, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. This is fake now. But, yeah, it was, it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to know what's right, what's wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It could be that poster was put on the box to tease. It could be that the posters are being used to let you know that Bray's still involved. I just personally don't think it's got anything to do with it. I just think those are the graphics they've got made for WrestleMania. How long have we got? 46 minutes. Is the new WWE game worth buying, said JJB. Is the new WWE game worth buying? I've heard it is. I've heard that it's like last year's, but basically with a new coat of paint. And yeah, I think it is meant to be very, very good. But I think if you've got last year's, you might want to... I don't know, it depends how much you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed last year's and you want to have a newer roster and a slightly better experience, then, go for this year's. If you thought last year was it's all right, I don't know that you would get loads out of this year's. Because from what I've heard, it's not drastically different. It uses the same engine. I think we're going to commercial break, and we are. Hodgepodge Fun said, do you know about emergency alerts that are happening on April 23rd? I've heard something about them. Apparently they're going, I think we'll hear more as we get closer. But they're testing some sort of system where they can send an alert to everyone's mobile phone or something. Don't know. We'll hear more about it as we get closer. Liam said, do you think Tajiri is a Hall of Famer? In other news, I'd love Gangrel to accompany Edge to Hell in a Cell and enter as the Brood. Do I think Tajiri is a Hall of Famer? He's not a name that necessarily comes to my mind. He's not a name that comes to my mind. I don't know what he's done outside of WWE. That might be to Jury. Let's have a little look. I mean, he competed since '94. Wrestled in quite a few different promotions. That's interesting. Tricky. I mean, he's competed in WCW. He's won like WCW championships. He's won WWE tag titles. I think if you was just to look at his WWE career, I don't know. I mean, for me, you sort of have to draw the line somewhere, and that's tricky. I mean, it's really tricky when you think Queen Shamel went in, right? Queen Shamel went in. Coco Beware went in. Like, it's tricky to know as to where you draw the line. I think for me, probably not. But when I look at his Wikipedia page, I can see that, I mean, he spent, 7 years in WWE, but he spent time in ECW. He spent time in All Japan. He spent time in New Japan. He spent a little bit of time in TNA. MLW. I mean, he's still competing apparently in MLW. So, I mean, he's had over 30-year career in wrestling. Don't know, it's one of them. It's one of them whereby I don't think, to be honest, I can't really think of too many people that would go in the Hall of Fame that I would have a problem with. Like, if he gets announced, I wouldn't argue it. I ain't got a problem with it. Because just looking at some of the people that have gone in anyway, we're not talking about the creme de la creme, right? We're not just talking about Stone Cold Rock, right? We're not just talking about that caliber, are we? There's people in there that you can definitely make an argument that maybe, should they be in there? Do they belong in there? Did they do enough to be in there? And it's kind of got to the point now where if WWE want to give someone that honor, I don't begrudge it them. So for me, Tajiri wouldn't go in, but if they announced him, I would be fine with it. As I said, I don't think there'd be many I'd have a problem with, to be honest. Right, we are back. What do you think about IRS going into the Hall of Fame this year? Is he in? Is he not in? Has he not gone in? I mean, he should go in. Putting him in this year? Can do. If you didn't, it's not a problem. I don't think this year is anything special. I suppose it's good because Bray's back and we think Bo's there. Rotunda. So that Mike Rotunda. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he hasn't gone in, to be honest. Yeah, he should go in. Yeah, I don't care. I don't mind if it's this year. He won Sweatiest Slammy Award in 1994. Amazing. Yeah, I don't mind him going in. He was, he did a fair bit. He was tag champ, 5-time tag champ. He won the tag titles twice with Barry Windham, 3 times with Ted DiBiase. So, I mean, you could put, I don't know if you put in IRS or Mike Rotunda, actually. Don't know. I feel like he needs to go in for his full body of work, But for like Varsity Club and all of that he did as well with Jim Crockett. So, yeah, I mean, you could put him in. Who do you think will headline WrestleMania 40's Hall of Fame, says Liam? Needs to be a big name, wouldn't it? I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they go The Rock. Maybe they go The Rock and just go big with The Rock, because you could have Rock Roman and he could go in the Hall of Fame as well. Whether that would be a bit too overkill, I'm not sure, but I would agree that 40 would feel like it needs something extra special. Do you know what I mean? Like, Rey is amazing. Batista is amazing. 40 probably needs one of those real big names to go in, you know? One of those real significant names. And, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful to Rey, but I think there's a big difference between The Rock and Rey Mysterio. So, yeah, might be looking at someone along those lines. Jericho would have been good as well, but I don't know that if he's with AEW, I don't think they would do that. Here's Maxine making her way down. So we're underway with this match between Chad and Ricochet. Maxine Dupree has come down. There's no sign of Marseille or Mansoir. She's trying to take Otis away from ringside. She's trying to lead him away right now. I mean, he's going with her. He's not resisting. Chad rolling up Ricochet, looking for a German, but Ricochet lands on his feet. Blockbuster. Braun on the outside as Ricochet goes up top. We've still got the Tribal Chief tonight. Still got Roman. We've still got Carmella. Well, no, it's not. It's Chelsea and Piper against Belair and Asuka. We've still got that. Ricochet wins. LS Dub said Heyman should go into Philadelphia next year. That's a good shout. That's a very good shout. I like your idea at the start as well. That's good. Idea. I like it. Very good. Who do you think the person holding Money in the Bank in the crowd is going to cash it in on? Well, if it's Triple H booking it, then it's probably going to be Austin Theory. There we go. So, undisputed WWE Tag Team Championship, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens against the Usos. And there is Roman, Cody, Roman returns tonight. Roman Reigns returns Raw. All right, here's Bianca. So Bianca and Asuka, this has had a really bad build. I don't think I'm going to be alone in saying that. I mean, it's literally just been Bianca fighting someone, Asuka coming down, stopping Bianca being beaten up, and then dribbling. I'm hoping this is going to be more than them competing together. I mean, will she actually get spat in the face this week, do we think? Do you reckon Asuka might actually try and... She could try and miss someone. Miss them and then end up spitting in Bianca's face. We could get that. I also think Chelsea Green is right there to be spat in the face as well. I mean, Chelsea Green is in this match surely to be spat in the face. By the time this segment ends, Chelsea Green, I'm sure, will have been misted. I don't know if there's a way of getting some on Bianca as well, though. It's probably going to be something along those lines, isn't it? Bianca and Asuka versus Chelsea and Piper. WWE Superstar Sunday. Did you see the Bray poster? Yes. Maggie Lus Heyman was the promoter. What was that? Boo, 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 boo. Alice Dubb says Maggie Lusk Heyman was the promoter of ECW. Oh, Heyman was the promoter back in. Yeah, I was like, who's Maggie Lusk Heyman? Was the promoter of ECW back in the day, which was based in Philly. He was integral to turning Philly into a hotbed of wrestling. If Gable was 6'3", he would be a main eventer, said Junior. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got 33 minutes to go. Retribution, hello. Starbridge Town lost to a small town in my Leicestershire called Colville 3-2 on your home grounds in the Southern League Premier Division Central. Yeah, we're having a really bad season this season, and we've just lost a couple of players as well, including the Gibraltar Dream. Steisch has gone from Starbridge. It's a bad time. Very bad time. WWE fans said they could do Lashley Howdy instead. Sounds silly, but it's a possibility. There better be a brawl between Bianca and Asuka at the end, said Bryson. LSW telling us facts, says Drifter Thrifter. Borman Reigns, said Tony. Maggie said I taught him all he knows. He left because you didn't get the shirt with Steisch up. Well, I'm glad I didn't now. Glad I didn't. Samantha said, so close to WrestleMania, I just don't feel hyped. I love learning new wrestling stuff, says Maggie. Does anyone know the disco funk song that played? No, I don't know. I don't know this year's WrestleMania theme. I don't know this year's WrestleMania theme. Does anyone know if they announced this year's WrestleMania? It's probably by someone I've never heard. It's normally The Weeknd, isn't it? I'm sure we went 2 or 3 WrestleManias with The Weeknd as the official theme, but I don't know that I've seen it announced this year. To be honest, it's one of those things that they mention and I just don't pay attention to, if I'm going to be really honest. Oh, there's a Roman. Where are all of these? WrestleMania, Saturday, 1st of April. They just showed one with Roman and Heyman. And it seemed like it was taken from, was it Casino? I've never seen that one. Maybe they're all up on social media. I don't know. Never seen the Roman one. And in all fairness, that's the first time I'd seen the Ridge one tonight. I'd never seen that before tonight. Snickers. Maybe you just need a Snickers. Snickers satisfies. WrestleMania 24, 2008. Woo! Woo! Shawn, Ric Flair. I'm hungry. I'll eat you. I think that's what he says. I'm not very good at lip reading. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat you. Bang. Super kick. So emotional. So emotional. I think in that moment, he was a bit concussed and he looked at Ric Flair and he saw a Snickers. He saw a Snickers bar. And he was like, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat you. Bang. Oh. Hits hard, man. Hits hard. Last week, Asuka came down. I can't get off, said Jax. Jax, shout out to you. You keep going, my friends. This community is with you right now. That super kick was the best, says me. I hope Asuka just leaves halfway through the match. What's the worst pay-per-view you've seen? I'm going to say WCW. Halloween Havoc 2000, said Justin. Worst pay-per-view I've seen. Well, December to Dismember is always the one that kind of comes to mind, and it's kind of taken on a bit of a life of its own, hasn't it? I mean, it was just a car crash. It was just an absolute car crash. That was pretty bad. There's some really old shows as well that are just really boring, really bad as well. Things like The Big One, of really old school shows that are just flat. There's just nothing to them. It just felt like, let's get the stars out there, really. The matches were awful. But it was literally just, let's get the stars out there. People all pop at seeing the stars, and they just didn't have any kind of matches, any kind of creativity. There was nothing to it. It was just really flat. So unless you are excited at just seeing the people, there's nothing else on those shows. Not even anything bad. See, the thing is, sometimes a show can be so bad, it becomes funny and becomes at least you got something to talk about. There's some really old wrestling shows from the 80s where they literally just bring the stars out and that's it. And they have awful matches and there's nothing to talk about, which I would argue is even worse. Nothing good, nothing bad, just boring. That's just boring. At least if a show is really bad, you've got something that you can talk about. Those two face-to-face. The first ever Can They Coexist match. I wish this was the first ever Can They Coexist match. I'm screaming about the getting off comments. I wouldn't scream it too loud. Legends of Wrestling. Yeah, I mean, that was bad. Noel said, who was the Andre Battle Royal winner at WrestleMania 36? Did it happen? Was it in the Performance Center? It didn't happen. I don't believe there was one because of COVID. So, you couldn't put all the people in the ring at the same time. So, it was not at 36, and I don't remember it being on a go home or anything like that. So, I don't think it happened. Tony said, this show is the worst ever. Tony, you must be new to wrestling because I can understand not enjoying this show, but there is no way this is the worst show ever. There is just no way. There is not even close. I've not been bored tonight. I've not found myself sitting here being bored. And we've seen some really, really bad Raws. I would argue the vast majority of shows from the pandemic would easily worse than what we're seeing tonight. I mean, what I will say is the Chad Gable Ricochet match kind of, I didn't feel like we needed that. This match here, I just don't think is a great way to build Asuka and Bianca. So I mean, I agree. I feel like so far the second part of this show has definitely took a turn for the worse. I completely agree. But no, we've seen worse. The crowd is bored. This is not the worst show, but it doesn't feel like the Road to Mania, said Junior. Dad Stuff said, I just got here. I can see the match at the bottom. It makes me sigh. What are we doing? I mean, the crowd are sleeping, said Tony. I agree that this second part of the show has took a turn for the worse. I am not going to argue that. I am not going to argue that this show is... I think it started with some promise. And we've still got Roman to come out. Maybe that's part of the thinking, you know? Maybe part of the thinking is, you know, as long as we end with a big Roman segment, that's all people will talk about. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is. Tony is watching Love Island. If this is bad, then why still watch it? There would be a spark if Randy showed up in his hometown. Trini said, I'm not bored, but if you think you are, it's all right. Change the channel. Right, here we go. To be honest, I just want to see Chelsea Green get spat in the face. That's what I'm waiting for. It's the only reason I tuned in. In the corner goes Asuka. She hip attacks Piper. Double knees. We've got 23 minutes left to go. In comes Piper. Kick to the midsection there by Asuka. Headbutt by Piper. Asuka wobbling around. Goes round the back. Back elbow there by Piper. Piper goes back. Bianca tags in. EST going over the top. Throwing in some shots. Duck underneath by Bianca. Bianca picking up and suplexing Chelsea. Chelsea goes to the outside. Bianca charges over. Shoulder tackle by Bianca. Bianca throwing in some big shots on Piper. Flips over. Grabs the arm. Grabs the head. Trying to pick up Piper. Bianca lands on her feet, goes back in the corner. Kick there by Bianca. Bianca going to the middle rope. Crossbody. Down goes Piper. 1, 2. And Chelsea makes the save. No. Oh. Kick coming in by Asuka. Chelsea gets thrown out of the ring. Piper grabbing Asuka. Asuka hurling Piper in towards Bianca. Asuka tried to hip attack Piper. Piper trying to charge into Asuka. Bianca moves her out the way. KOD to Piper. One, two, three. Okay, so she gets the win. Better than before. Asuka's in. Asuka, spin kick. Down goes Bianca. Oh, she's not going to miss anyone. What about Chelsea? Miss Chelsea? Go on. I know that you're not in a feud with Chelsea, but just do it anyway. It's funny. Bianca's down. Asuka's charging over. Shining Wizards. People just don't know how to react to this, do they? I mean, they like Asuka, and now she's beating up Bianca. Like, I think people want to cheer Asuka. I want to cheer Asuka. How is Triple H getting this so wrong? How's he getting it so wrong? It's just a load of nothingness, isn't it? They have a match. Didn't even get Chelsea getting misted. Last year, as we were building towards Bianca and Becky, Bianca whipped Becky with her hair so bad that marks showed on Becky's body. In retaliation, Becky tried to cut Bianca's hair, was prevented from doing it, and Bianca actually cut Becky's hair and left her with like bits of her hair everywhere. And when Becky came round, she gathered it all up and went crazy, like freaked out. And then like backstage, you know, cut this promo, called her a naughty word. I mean, God, what are they going to put in the video package for the Bianca Asuka build? What are we going to put in the? What are we going to put in there? I have no idea. No idea at all. I can't even remember. Did Asuka win Elimination Chamber? I can't even remember how she got the opportunity to face Bianca now. But however she got it, like that's that, and then like a few weeks of Asuka dribbling. That's all I can think that we can put in the video pack, because there hasn't been anything. No, they haven't done anything. It is like they focused on everything else, and then they went, "Oh my God, do you know what we've not done again? We haven't done anything to do with Bianca Asuka." They've got can't believe we keep forgetting. Every week, you'd think we'd remember. You'd think someone would make a note that we need to do something creative with these two women. I mean, it's only for the Raw Women's Championship. I'm sure the match is going to bang, though, so... I just realised, since Bray news, Bobby hasn't been on TV. This probably isn't what they're planning, but they can turn this into a Bobby went missing, or Bray abducted him. Well, I mean, another show where we're not getting anything in regards to Bray and Bobby. It's another show where we just don't know. I just don't know. I know that there's going to be people that are going to say, well, they're still showing the poster, but like for me, as I said earlier, that it does not mean anything. That those are graphics that got made months ago, and if he's out, I genuinely don't think they would even change those graphics. There's no need to change those graphics. Those posters are just little posters on the thing. They're just posters of superstars on the roster. It doesn't mean that Bray is there or not there. So, like, for me, I already know that's going to be a big conversation that's going to be had. I don't buy it. Just like I didn't on Friday buy the little logo on the box. Yeah, for me, there's nothing here that tells me if it's happening or not. And I don't know. I mean, they've got to make a decision. Maybe they've made a decision. Or maybe they're still waiting. I don't know. Here's Braun and AJ. We've got a little Snickers commercial. Wrestling is 90% physical and the other half is mental. Never come out the bathroom sniffing your finger. I don't care how nice the soap is. Never come out of the bathroom sniffing your finger. Right, next week, WrestleMania Go Home, we've got a weigh-in between Brock and Amos. So we've got a weigh-in. I thought they was going to announce loads of stuff, but... Here's Roman. No, Braun sucks, said James. Weigh-in next week. Weigh-in next week. Are we all weighing in next week? Are you lot weighing in? Here's Roman. Miz will be screwed, said Mr. Quake. Da, 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 da. Roman. Wise man. Solo. I don't know. I mean, we could probably see a lot of activity here. Cody, Usos, Kevin, Sami. I'll be surprised if Roman comes out, says a few words, and then just goes away. Roman. Big Show, they have their hand size, height, foot size, all featured in the video package, but not the weights. Forgot to do it. They're doing it next week. 15 minutes left for this segment, said Justin. Aubrey Edwards, presented by Prime Energy, says, haven't we learnt not to look into the posters? Remember the electrifying Rumble poster that was meant to confirm The Rock? So, good point. I think it's an after effect of White Rabbit and Firefly Funhouse, where people are under the impression that WWE are putting little teases and putting little things out like everywhere all the time. Like, you've got to look at the back, got to look in the background. And in all fairness, I mean, WWE have only got themselves to blame for that. WWE won't mind, obviously, people speculating on stuff like this. But, you know, we've seen, like, MVP talking to Hurt Business in the backgrounds. We saw Cody talking to Kevin in the background the other week. You know, so these things happen, and, you know, people are constantly looking out for them. And Cameron said, what are your top 3 favorite wrestling moments? Ask that to the community. What's your top 3 favorite wrestling moments? Or even if you just want to put your top wrestling moments, what is your top wrestling moment? We'll see what people say, Cameron. See what people say. Roman making his way down, standing on the edge of the ring. Kaufman, well deserved. I completely agree. Mr. Quake, I completely agree. Austin said, my top moment will be when Roman reaches 1,000 days. Why is Solo in his ring gear? It's a good question. I mean, I'm trying to think what else we tend to see him in. He might be in a dark match as well. There's probably a good chance he's in a dark match. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to do a match. I mean, we've got, what, 10 minutes? Daniel Bryan winning the bout, said Cobra. Jojo said, mine is when Roman reaches 1,000 days. CM Punk, Pipe Bomb is top 5. Austin said that's a good choice to Jojo. Low gang forever sign. Low gang. I don't know what you do. Okay, Roman's got the microphone. Big Show said Suzanne. Frederick said Sting winning his first championship. Ron Simmons winning from Vader, and Sting stepping into a WWE ring. Love it. Good, great picks. Acknowledge me. Wrestling has got one royal family. The Khans. Adrenaline in my soul, and me but you wanna go. Here we go, Cody. Jobber Cody. Cody. Man, look at that. He's not giving him any time to talk. To blow, everyone wants to go. Whoa. Cody making his way down to the ring. All the way, you take it all the way. Cody suited and booted, says Gregory. Khans have got too much paperwork to sort out for Fulham to worry about wrestling. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Okay. Cody. Cody chants. Normally I would say so. What do you want to talk about? But I know what you want to talk about. The warning to me of staying out of Bloodline business. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. Can you define for me what you mean by problem? I'm not talking to you. Heyman was about to talk, and Cody said, I'm not talking to you. He wants Roman to define the problem. Sabias, shout out to you, my friend. I like woke days. Stop believing in tiny details and props. Seems bookers and writers are not clever or interested in making interesting. Believing in tiny details and props. No, I still believe in them at certain times. So for Firefly Funhouse, I think that's a forum for them. I think Bray promos and whatever, but I just don't buy it. I just don't. I think it's probably experience, having seen a lot of posters that people have read into that have never then become anything. You just kind of get used to what is a clue and what isn't a clue, if you know what I mean. You didn't want to do the Stardust thing, so you ran away. You started a company you couldn't get over in. And then you ran away. And then you came here. Cody Chance. He got over. And his body quit on him. Because your peck went pop. Your peck went pop. I'm going to finish the story. No, you're not. It's like a lotto ticket. When you wake up, you've got to look in the mirror. I want you to make a choice that your dad can be proud of. Oof. Running away. What Roman is saying is true. I did run away.
what our fathers were, a wrestler? Man, I tried. I started here at 20 years old.
I started here when I was 20.
I wanted to be a superstar. Sometimes I still want to be a superstar, but maybe that's the truth. Maybe inside I am. Just a runaway, violent, like the taste of blood in my mouth, professional wrestler. And I'll tell you what, and we'll make it clear
He's-
right here and right now. Nobody needs to bring up my father one more time, because if I hear it again, I'm absolutely going to vomit. He's not coming to this ring to hit a bionic elbow. My brother works elsewhere. The only thing that you're going to see at WrestleMania is me.
The only thing you'll see at WrestleMania is me.
You want to talk about family? Here, I'll bring up somebody you don't know. My mean-ass Cuban mother, who in this moment, you know what she would tell me? She would say, knock that boy out. And while he's laying there, hit him again for good measure. Tell everybody all this truth about April 3rd and what it means for me. Let's talk about what it could mean for you.
Let's talk about what April 3rd could mean for you.
For you. April 3rd. Tribal Chief, you gotta wake up and remember what it's like to lose.
You've got to wake up and remember what it's like to lose.
That mean the most in our world, and when that happens, here's what else happens. Jay is gonna leave you.
Jay is going to leave you? Jay is going to leave you. And Jimmy will leave you too?
So no Usos, guess what happens then?
Solo.
Glaring at me all night. Let me tell you something that I had to find out when I was a second generation, flanked by the champion. You think you're ready, you're not ready.
You think you're ready, but you're not ready?
And when Solo leaves you, this man, well, he becomes an advocate again.
This man will become an advocate again. So Cody's saying everyone's going to leave Roman.
A Roman with no more reigns. A chief without a tribe.
A Roman with no more reigns. A chief without a tribe. Cody chants. Roman throws the microphone down and walks away. Cody steps up to Solo. What's he doing? Solo! I knew you weren't ready. Cody tells Solo he's not ready. Solo doesn't appreciate that. Solo. Roman tells him no. So no. No, Sokoa. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Leave it. Leave it. We've all had a drink. You're not ready. You're not ready. Well, that's great for Solo. It's great that we've got "You're not ready" chants at Solo. Lovely. Ah, lovely. Dang. Brilliant Raw, said Sparky. I think Roman's promo was good. I thought that some of what Cody came back with was good. I didn't lose my mind over that segment. Like, we've seen some of the great kind of promo segments in recent times. It's not that I hated it at all. I think there were some really nice points made. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of good stuff recently. And that was, it was fine. It was fine. It was fine. I'm not in love with it. I didn't hate it. It was fine. Is the Andre Giant Memorial next week? They haven't announced that. Put in your thoughts. See, Jim said 10 out of 10. Cody is in Roman's head. Tommy said 6 would have been an 8 with Bray. Trini said 7.5 is the score for me. Samuel says 8. Kaz said 7. Tony said R.I.P. Bloodline, R.I.P. Raw. Lewis said 7. The promo was God, said Meave. Jordan said 7.5. Meave says 8. John said 7.5. Wisp said 7.5. WWE fan said 8.5. 10 out of 10 for Otis's manicure. Nice. Stardust Runaway. Yeah, that was good. The stuff about, ran away, went to another company, you couldn't get over there, so you ran away from there. I loved all that. I thought that was good. Little bit disappointing though that he said, look, my dad's not going to be coming down and hitting a bionic elbow. My brother works elsewhere. So I feel like we've already had a bit of an answer there in regards to will Dustin get involved. I think that was that's seemingly a no, which is a shame. Wrestlandy said, hopefully Roman keeps the reigns going until SummerSlam. Feels like Cody Roman could go for a few matches. Sandy said 7.75. Rivan Killer says 8. John said 3.2 times 2. A lot of that Raw was forgettable, apart from a decent ending. Brutalities said 5 mid. Alfie said 8. I enjoyed this one. Gary said the build-up to WrestleMania is underwhelming compared to the old days. Austin said he will, Andy. Trust me. Jim said Cody was over in AEW. Letterman said 7.5. X-Drive said 7.75. Days, do you look forward to Mania every year more than other yearly sports events? Yes. Other than other yearly sports events, yes. But I've said before, I think the World Cup and maybe the Euros are probably like the two that are right up there, if not even a bit more exciting for me. Just because England winning in the football, that would be something that would affect everyone in the country. Well, maybe not everyone, but do you know what I mean? There'd be parties in the streets, and this place would go bananas if England was to win the World Cup, or if they were to win the Euros or something like that. It would just be, it would have such a big effect here that I would absolutely love to see it. So there's something I can only compare it to maybe if your state is in the Super Bowl final. And that all your friends, all your family, everyone, all your neighbours are all watching, and it means so much. So, those things are special, but they're only every 4 years. Compared to anything on a yearly basis, yeah, WrestleMania is probably my number one. Yeah. I love the Rumble as well. And, SummerSlam. Those are the 3 for me. I don't think there's any wrestling event. I love them all, but every year I would say those 3 are the 3 that I get most excited for. Yeah. Ledge Killer said 7. Irish Rebel said 7. Cody should have come back with some about how long it took Roman to get over, said Outlaw Angel. Sami and KO left 3 hours ago, and so did the show, said Zoom Station. Space said 7. Paul, shout out to you. Moolah said the show was lazy, 6.5. Cody never lost since he came back. Roman can end it. Smurfatoon said 6. I believe last year's Battle Royal was on SmackDown. It was. Grant, hello, mate, says 8. Cheetan said 6.5. Mike says Wrestle Kingdom. EST said 7.25. Sean says 8.5. April Jose said 6. Trey said 7. I'd rate the show 8.5, says Sahib. Susan says 9. I tell you what, I think we've got a real blend, a real mixture, a real mixed bag as to how people have seen this one. I think that I think that was a good ending. I think it was a good start. I think there was bits in there. I think there's definitely some great moments here in this show. I do think that there's a good chunk of that second part that does really settle down, though, you know? I think, like, the Chad's Ricochet match, I mean, what was it even for? Like, it wasn't really for anything, and I know it didn't really stay around too long, but, like, and I can't say I got much. I mean, I love Bianca, I love Asuka, I'm not getting anything from that build, so I can't say there's anything, like, in there, so I feel like, I mean, the Logan thing was all right. Theory Montez was all right at the start. It's pretty fun. I mean, I feel like this show was fine. I was at a 7. I was at a 7 at halfway point. I think that a lot of what we got in the second half was bringing that score down. But as I said, I think that final promo picks it back to about the 7 for me. I'm probably just going to finish on the 7. I think that's probably about fair. I think the final promo, as I said earlier, it was good. I enjoyed it. I ain't got anything bad to say about it. But I'm not losing my mind over it. Let's put it that way. You know, there's some promos and there's some segments that you see that you just, oh my God, that was so good. That was amazing. It's one of the best things, you know, all that kind of swooning. It just didn't get that reaction from me, but it was still very good. It was still, I still enjoyed it. And as I said, I thought some of the points Roman made was good. I mean, there was some oohs and ahs from the crowd. They were enjoying. Any time you go anywhere near AEW, the crowd go, ooh, ah. Is he going to mention the letters? Ooh. So, you know, you ran off, you started company, you couldn't get over there. Ooh, he went there. Ah. But, yeah, you know, it was all right. I must admit, I was really surprised we didn't get Sami, Kevin, or the Usos. I mean, they really did just go and eat that Mari Mari or whatever it was. They are literally on a jet or whatever eating Mari Mari at the moment. So, hope they're having a nice time. I don't know where Kevin and Sami have gone. So I suppose I was surprised not seeing those. But in all fairness, like, I suppose we don't need them. We've got to build that main event. And it's probably right that we just try and really keep the spotlight on Roman and on Cody. And, like, you know, if you're bringing in Kevin and Sami and all this, like, maybe you are just shifting the focus a little bit too much around. So, you know, whatever. Can't say it would have made the segment any better. So, yeah, fine. So, yeah, I'm probably going to settle on a 7 at the end. So, lovely. We move on. We move on to NXT. NXT tomorrow. We're building towards Stand and Deliver. So, we're going to head towards that next. And we've got AEW on Wednesday, SmackDown on Friday. So, we've got a few things coming up. And, of course, the member stream. Don't forget, if you want to send over your WrestleMania predictions, you can do that. Send them over to wrestlingdays@gmail.com, and we will play those on the Wrestling Escape Pods. I need them by tomorrow lunchtime, but and they'll be added to the episode that gets recorded tomorrow night, and that will go up on Wednesday. So, yeah, if you send them in for about a minute, just do the card that's been announced. If you want to put in some thoughts about some of the matches that might get made still, then you can do that. I actually don't know what's to be made that's left out there. I think we're pretty much there or thereabouts. So, you know, if we miss the odd match, doesn't really matter. But yeah, get them in by tomorrow. Right, lovely. We're done. X Music said, "How was your night?" Good. Good. Enjoyed it. I don't know what I'm going to have to do now. It's funny because there's lots of stuff that's kind of happened there, you know. nice little promo, some interesting little comments. Obviously, people talking about the Bray poster. I suppose Bray and no Bobby or Bray is a big talking point as well. I can't say there was... I mean, maybe Seth being knocked out was it. Maybe the moment between Roman and Jay was also something. But I don't have, like, a clear idea of what to go away and make a video on. And I always think that's a bit of an indicator as well, you know? Like, there's nothing seismic that's really happened. Like, there was a nice little moment between Roman and Jay. And, you know, it definitely got a little story going. Some, you know, that's going to be interesting. So we definitely got that rumbling along. Seth getting knocked out again. Kind of feels like that's interesting. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to make a video now, but I don't know what it would be on. I'll have to give it some thought. Right, appreciate the support, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, and hopefully I'll see some of you tomorrow for NXT. Bye for now.